Chapter 11:10. Shocking thunder streaked across the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Neo-Haitian and the others were all stunned, unable to say a single word. This power did not belong to the Soul Splitter Spirit King. It was obvious that it was released by Luo Tian. How could a martial void stage expert release such power? It was too unbelievable. It was simply an unimaginable existence. In their hearts, that hope grew stronger and stronger. In Neo-Haitian's heart, Luo Tian's position in his heart once again rose. He thought to himself, if he can succeed, then he should have the secret to protect the Shadow Lode. Rather than letting the Devil Sect discover it, it would be better for him to discover it first. Perhaps this would be a very good thing for the Central Continent and the Ancient Continent. At this moment, Neo-Haitian made up his mind to tell Luo Tian the secret of the Shadow Lode. Of course, this was because Luo Tian had erupted with such an unimaginable power, a power that no one could understand at all. Furthermore, he was still in the martial void stage, and to be able to contend against the Soul Splitter Spirit King of the Holy Spirit realm with the power of Heaven's Chosen One. This was enough to prove his strength. It was also enough to prove that he could protect the Shadow Lode. Inside the Boundless Palace, the Soul Splitter King was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. He raised his eyes and looked at the furious lightning striking down. He sneered softly and said, "I don't care where your power comes from, nor do I care what kind of background you have. But there is one thing you should know. Every realm has its own laws of power. These laws are created by the ruler of the laws and cannot be broken. In the Antiquity continent, the God's chosen power is one of the three strongest powers. It comes from the heavens and is above all other powers. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break the laws of the Antiquity continent, nor can you compete with the God's chosen power." As soon as his voice faded, the Soul Splitter Spirit King's expression became even more disdainful. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "You can't possibly be my opponent." In that instant, the power of Heaven's Chosen One in his body was like a fountain as it soared into the sky. Like a powerful torrent, it directly rushed towards Luo Tian. His expression also became ferocious as he roared, "I'll let you see what the power of Heaven's Chosen One is." His veins bulged as he let out a furious roar. His entire being had fallen into a state of madness. In order to release such a vigorous Heaven's chosen power, the body had to endure tremendous pain. Although the Soul Splitter King was a spirit, the pain he had to endure was several hundred times that of an ordinary person. However, to be able to crush Luo Tian to the ground, he was willing to pay any price. "Luo Tian, you dog, get down on the ground." He had been beaten down by Luo Tian twice, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This time he wanted to crush Luo Tian with one move and make him lie on the ground for the rest of his life. He wanted Luo Tian to die. At this moment, a strange light shot out from the Boundless Palace. Towering into the thick clouds, the clouds began to slowly rotate, spinning into a huge whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool was a golden sky. In the sky, a shadow flashed, as if it was the shadow of heaven. The powerful Heaven's chosen power spun down from the whirlpool, and under the control of Soul Splitter Spirit King, it crushed his head like Mount Tai. Powerful, incomparably powerful. It was impossible to describe with words. The Soul Splitter King laughed. His laughter was extremely arrogant. Watching such a powerful Heaven's chosen power fall, not to mention Luo Tian, even a peak Holy Spirit realm powerhouse or an early Emperor realm powerhouse, would not be able to resist because this was the power of Heaven. While the Soul Splitter King was laughing wildly, the Soul Splitter Sword also showed a complacent expression. It was also complacent and excited. In the void, there was also a wild laughter. "Boy, you want to fight with me? You're still too young. I, the Soul Splitter Sword, have stood tall for more than 13,000 years. How can I be killed by a brat like you? Humph. I'll let you have a taste of heaven's chosen power. I'll let you know that provoking me is like provoking the death god. Ha 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 ha. The soul splitter sword laughed. He finally made a sound. From the beginning, Luo Tian felt that it was different. Because of the blood slot above the soul splitter sword, there was no doubt that it also had a life. At first, Luo Tian was not sure, but when it released a little bit of heaven's chosen power to revive the soul splitter king, he was secretly sure in his heart. When it gave all the heaven's chosen power in its body to the soul splitter king, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. Now, the soul splitter sword had completely revealed its true face. Luo Tian laughed, looking at the heaven's chosen power that was about to fall. He laughed very arrogantly and wildly. This made the soul splitter king confused. Boy, you're about to die, and you're still laughing. Are you stupid? Luo Tian did not even look at him. From the moment the soul splitter sword made a sound, Luo Tian's attention was all on the soul splitter king. Soul splitter king? He was just a puppet. It was also at this moment. The soul splitter sword suddenly sank. Thinking of something, it immediately shouted hysterically. Protect me! Quickly protect me! Hurry up! You damn thing! Hurry up and protect me! Ah ha ha! Too late! Luo Tian laughed wildly and once again shouted in his heart, God explosion! Wung. A burst of buzzing sound from the vibration of steel was extremely ear-piercing. At this moment, the aura of the heaven-shaking thunder suddenly changed, and in an instant it increased by 2 times. It was also at this moment that it slashed down heavily. It slashed towards the soul splitter sword that was floating in the air. From the beginning, Luo Tian's target was it, not the soul splitter king. The soul splitter king's face suddenly changed as he screamed, No, don't! Crack! Clang! Rumble! To hell with it! A thunderous sound rang out as the earth was pierced through. The entire Boundless Palace collapsed, and all the buildings in the Boundless sect quickly collapsed. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, it was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Everything was trembling violently, trembling nonstop. Cracks appeared in many places. Birds and beasts wailed in fear. Deafening thunder resounded in the sky. The heavy thunder just now had awakened all the powerful beasts in the immeasurable mountain range. What happened? Boss! It must be the boss. Luo Tian. At this time, no one in the outer sect of the Boundless sect could sit still. They all rushed out, no longer caring about the matters that Luo Tian had instructed them to do. Bai Lingling was the first to rush out. Her heart was heavy, and she was extremely worried. If something happened to Luo Tian, she would no longer live in this world. Her father was gone. She couldn't let her man be gone as well, because she was Luo Tian's woman, and she didn't want to live alone in this world. In the ruins, dust filled the sky, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Chapter 11:11. Outside the immeasurable hall, Niu Haishan stared fixedly at the ruins. He wanted to see the situation inside clearly. He wanted to know if Luo Tian was still alive. His heart sank again and again with a loud sound, because he could not feel Luo Tian's aura. Suddenly, a vengeful spirit suddenly said, Second Elder, I can feel my soul being freed. I can feel it. I can really feel it. At this moment, the other vengeful spirits were overjoyed. My soul has also been freed. I can feel it too. Ha ha ha, it's been more than 13,000 years. I finally feel my soul. I can finally die. I finally have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mamma mia! Touched, feeling, thankful. At this moment, they were like a group of children, so excited that tears gushed out of their eyes. The moment their souls were freed, they felt their true selves. Although they were still spirit bodies, this kind of existence with a soul was completely different. They had waited for this kind of feeling for more than 13,000 years. A few seconds later, Niu Haishin also felt that his soul had been freed, but he was not happy. His eyes were still staring at the ruins of the immeasurable hall, and he was still searching for Luo Tian's aura. However, he still couldn't sense it. It was also at this time. A vengeful spirit looked ahead, mustered up his courage, and took a step forward, directly walking into the domain of the immeasurable hall. He then laughed loudly and said, "The soul-splitting sword has been shattered. The soul-splitting sword has no use for us anymore." Ha ha ha! This became even crazier. Niu Haishin rushed forward in an instant and immediately shouted, "Everyone, quickly find Ran!" As soon as he said that, all the vengeful spirits instantly calmed down. They could feel that all of their souls wanted to thank Luo Tian. The immeasurable hall had turned into ruins. Was Luo Tian alive or dead? Suddenly, the world quieted down. The hearts of every vengeful spirit sank. Boss! Luo Tian!" Outside the main hall, more than 50 disciples of the House of Bai ran up crazily. Looking at the ruins in front of her, Bai Lingling seemed to have gone crazy. Her eyes were lifeless, and her hands were constantly digging at the ruins. She said loudly, No, you won't die. You definitely won't." Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were the same. It was the same for the disciples of the House of Bai. Luo Tian was their backbone. From Luo Tian, they saw hope for the rise of the House of Bai. From him, they saw hope for the future. At this moment, they couldn't accept it. They did not see Niu Haishin and the others, but these vengeful spirits could see them. Seeing them looking for Luo Tian as if they had gone crazy, his heart sank again, and so did the many vengeful spirits. All of them stood motionless in their original positions. They owed Luo Tian. He owed her too much. But Luo Tian was dead. Under such a strong impact of the Chosen One's power, who could survive? The last thunder should have perished together with the soul-splitting Spirit King, so he couldn't find Luo Tian's aura. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the ruins. A wooden board flew out. Immediately, a hand stretched out. Luo Tian poked his head out. Everyone around was silent for a moment. They all stared at him, stared at Luo Tian, stared at his dusty face, disheveled hair, and stained face. It looked a little funny, but no one laughed. They all stared at him, motionless. It was as if time had stopped. Luo Tian scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Why are you looking at me? Is there a flower on my face?" Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong again and scolded. "Didn't I tell you not to bring your brothers? You didn't listen to what I told you." The surroundings were still, very quiet. One could hear a pin drop. There was no sound at all. Luo Tian was puzzled. At this time, Bai Lingling walked forward step by step. Looking at Luo Tian, tears were already flowing from the corners of her eyes. Her 10 fingers were bleeding from digging the ground. She didn't feel pain at all. The moment she saw Luo Tian poking his head out of the ruins, her heart seemed to have resumed beating. She originally thought that she was a dead person, but now she was alive again. Seeing Bai Lingling approaching step by step, Luo Tian smiled foolishly. Subsequently, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly climbed up from the ruins and ran away quickly. Looking at Bai Lingling, he said, Don't come over. Don't come over." Bai Lingling didn't stop, and she continued to walk towards Luo Tian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. That kind of killing intent was different from that of killing people. Luo Tian was directly forced into a corner by her. There was really no place to hide or escape. He smashed her head with 2 hands and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was wrong, okay?" Bai Lingling wanted to give Luo Tian 2 punches, because she blamed Luo Tian for not knowing how to cherish himself. He took on everything by himself. He would never let them do anything dangerous. He would only fight alone with his life. Looking at the man in front of her, she didn't know what to say. Looking at him, Bai Lingling's tears couldn't stop flowing out. Then she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. hit Luo Tian's back heavily with her hands, and cried, "You left me, you left me. You didn't know how to protect yourself. Don't you know that I'm worried about you? Don't you know me? Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Don't leave me again." She was crying her eyes out. Her crying was heart-wrenching. Luo Tian's heart also melted. His body relaxed, and he allowed Bai Lingling to hit him. He whispered in her ear, "I won't do it again." Bai Lingling immediately said, "I want you to promise." Luo Tian said, "I promise." Bai Lingling said again, "I want you to swear." Luo Tian said, Okay. I swear I won't leave you again." Bai Lingling said again, "Say you love me." Luo Tian was stunned and whispered, "There are people around." Bai Lingling stopped crying, pouted, and said angrily, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm Luo Tian's woman. Who doesn't know that? I'm not shy, so why are you shy?" She was acting like a little woman. Luo Tian also had no choice. He didn't want Bai Lingling and the others to worry about this matter, but the commotion was too big. From Bai Lingling's eyes, he knew how worried she was about him. But in front of so many people, and in front of Niu Haishan and the Wraiths, Luo Tian whispered, "We'll talk about it when we're alone tonight, and I'll take good care of you. It's not the time to talk about it now. There's a spirit floating behind you. You don't want them to hear it, right?" Bai Lingling knew a little about wraiths from Bai Xiong. Thinking of the wraiths behind her, her body trembled, and she immediately became careful. She whispered, "You said it. You have to take good care of me tonight. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. If there's time tonight, Old Cow will write another chapter. It might be a little late. Brothers, monthly votes are urgent. Strongly requesting monthly votes." Chapter 11-12. Bai Lingling's words caused Luo Tian's evil fire to burn. From her expression, Luo Tian knew that in these 10 days, Bai Lingling had already walked out of the news of her father's death, because she had started to smile. Her smile was very charming. It was obvious that her heart was rippling with love, causing Luo Tian's heart to throb as killing intent slowly rose from his crotch. However, now was not the time to think about this. He had more important things to do. The most important thing, it was to hand over the mission, as well as what Niu Haishan had promised him, the transfer of the super talent. Luo Tian gently patted Bai Lingling's shoulder, and then said, "You guys go down first. Wait for me in the law enforcement hall. I still have things to do. Pass down my words. Tell all the disciples of the house of Bai not to leave. I will look for them in a while." Bai Lingling nodded obediently and said, "N." Following that, more than 50 of them walked down the steps one after another. At this moment, Niu Haishan walked up with the vengeful spirits. Every one of them had an expression of incomparable excitement and gratitude. That kind of excitement could not be described with words. "Thank you. Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Haishan knelt down once again, and the many vengeful spirits also knelt down in unison. Luo Tian hurriedly stepped forward, helped Niu Haishan up, and said, "Second Elder, please don't be so courteous. I was just doing my best. Fortunately, I was able to help you guys, otherwise I would have lost a lot of face from the boast I made back then." How could he not accept the S-level mission? He had to accept it. Moreover, it wasn't that he helped Niu Haishan and the others, but that Niu Haishan helped Luo Tian. In these 10 days, Luo Tian's experience had risen like it was flying, and it was extremely satisfying. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have reached his current level. Moreover, it was even more impossible for him to kill the Soul Splitter Spirit King. Killing this boss had dropped good things that made his blood boil. It was just that he didn't have the time to study these things yet, because he was worried that Niu Haishan would disappear soon. No matter what, Luo Tian would always remember the matters of his brothers. It was the same this time. Talent determined the fate of an armament practitioner. He had to consider his brothers in the House of Bai. Furthermore, this was also for his own future. If the talents of his brothers in the House of Bai improved, then their future development potential would be limitless. This would play a key role in his development. This was the foundation of his transcendent organization. The moment Neo Haishin knelt down, the system beeped. The system beeped. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-rank mission. The reward is 5 million experience points, 100,000 vitality points, and a random permanent transformation card. Begin! A large roulette wheel appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Like a slot machine, it began to spin crazily. There were all kinds of transformation cards on the roulette wheel. What surprised Luo Tian the most was that these transformation cards not only included superheroes from Western movies, but also super awesome characters from Eastern mythology. Sun Wukong, Pangu, these were nothing. There was even Hong Jun ancestor. F***CK. Was this the rhythm of the combination of East and West? Luo Tian was excited. If he could get an awesome character from Eastern mythology, that would be awesome. Ding! A transformation card randomly appeared. Luo Tian's eyes were startled. He was a little disappointed, but at the same time he was pleasantly surprised. He was disappointed that he didn't get an awesome character from Eastern mythology. He was pleasantly surprised that the transformation card was the one he had used not long ago. Furthermore, it was the transformation card that had shattered the Soul Splitter Sword with the Berserk Thunder Fury Slash. Thor! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thor transformation card. This card is permanent with a cooldown of 10 days. Just like Hulk's transformation card, the cooldown time was 10 days. Looking at the card, Thor was wearing armor and holding Thor's hammer. His eyes were looking at Luo Tian. Strangely, he suddenly revealed a smile, which gave Luo Tian a fright, and said in his heart, "Brother, don't scare me." He suddenly remembered in his heart. "Brother, I'll remember that move. Berserk Thunder Fury Slash." It was very satisfying, ha ha ha. Holy sh**t. You can actually hear what I'm saying in my heart. Could it be that Hulk, that big guy, can do it too? Luo Tian was stunned and couldn't help but say. He felt that these transformation cards were becoming more and more strange. As his cultivation increased, these transformation cards became more and more like they had their own consciousness. Thor laughed heartily and said, "You're not guessing?" Luo Tian was instantly enraged and said, "I'll guess your sister." Then, Luo Tian said again, "Tell that big green guy, if he doesn't listen to my advice next time, then he'll never be able to appear." Ha ha ha! With me here, he doesn't need to appear. I'm a superhero from the divine realm. I'm Thor, ha ha ha! Thor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to talk to him. That was the divine realm in the world he was in. The divine realm in this world might also exist, but the danger zone was stronger than the divine realm in his world, because there must be gods living in the divine realm, and it was very likely that there were those super powerful rulers, laws, and other super gods. Benefactor? Neo Haishin saw that Luo Tian was in a daze and raised his voice a little. He always felt that Luo Tian wasn't made up of a single person. He had lived for more than 10,000 years and still couldn't see through this young man. However, the more he couldn't see through him, the more Neo Haishin felt that Luo Tian had unlimited potential in his heart. It was very likely that he would become the strongest existence in the ancient continent in the future. Luo Tian came back to his senses and immediately said, "I'm here, Second Elder. You don't have to thank me. I just did what I should do." The devil's sex sorcerer was so arrogant that he actually destroyed a righteous sect just like that. That old man better not let me meet him. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive. His words were filled with righteousness. Neo Haishin was even more impressed. Luo Tian had such intentions, which was enough to prove that he had told him the secret of the shadow mineral vein. Before entering the reincarnation, he didn't want to hide this secret. After all, this was a secret treasure of the ancient continent. Neo Haishin said, "If you really meet him, Don't think too much and run immediately. Back then, he was one of the top 10 strongest people in the Central Continent and was also one of the top 3 experts in the Devil Sect. After more than 10,000 years, if he was in the ancient continent, he should be the strongest in the Devil Sect. Don't mess around. The God's chosen power he released is more than 10,000 times stronger than the soul-splitting sword. Holy *T. Luo Tian was stunned. He thought that the God's chosen power released by the soul-splitting sword was strong enough. Even if it wasn't the peak, it was still an extremely strong existence. However, the sorcerer was able to release more than 10,000 times the God's chosen power. It seems that I must obtain this power as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Second Elder. I will pay attention, but don't let me meet him. If I do, I won't let him have an easy time." Meet a boss? What else was there to say? 1 word, kill. 3 words, kill him. It was that simple. In Luo Tian's world, there was no such thing as fear. Neo Haishan smiled and turned to look at the wraiths behind him. "Second Elder, just say it." "That's right, if you don't say it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future." "That's right, our lives were given by the people of Rome. What else is more important than a savior in this world?" Those wraiths knew what Neo Haishan was hesitating about. They also knew that in this world, only Neo Haishan knew the location of the shadow lode. Only he knew this secret, a secret that had been guarded for more than 13,000 years. If he didn't say it now, he probably wouldn't have another chance. Neo Haishan smiled faintly and looked at the wraiths. "Why are you in such a hurry? Did I not say it?" Luo Tian maintained his calmness and said, "Second Elder, the responsibility of this secret is too great. I'm afraid I can't bear it." He always maintained a humble heart. Of course, Luo Tian's heart was sinister. He needed the location of the shadow lode. He needed it very much. He couldn't wait to get a lot of shadow gems now, because he needed to create a weapon that could increase the Godfire's instant kill rate to 100%. If there was anything in this world that could do this, then only the shadow gems could do it. Neo Haishan looked at Luo Tian's humble expression and immediately said, "Brother Luo, don't say that. Your potential is the strongest I have ever seen. Your cultivation speed is also the fastest I have ever seen. Even those super talented disciples can't compare to you. Although I don't know how you broke through, I know very well that you are a righteous person with a kind heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't care about us wraiths that have been dead for more than 13,000 years. In these 13,000 years, you are the only one who is willing to help us. Thank you again." While they were talking, Neo Haishan bowed again. Then his eyebrows tightened and his expression became serious. He didn't say anything else and used telepathy. He was very careful. He could not let anyone know this secret, not even his personal disciples. Even if they were vengeful spirits, he could not let anyone know. In this world, other than himself, he could only tell one person. That was Luo Tian. Luo Tian, the Umbra Gem, is a demonic sex sacred artifact. A single Umbra Gem can raise a demonic sex expert's cultivation by a whole realm. Moreover, once they discover a large number of Umbra Gems, they can create a world-destroying dark weapon. Just this weapon alone can turn the ancient world into a dark world controlled by the demonic sect. Therefore, you must remember that you must never leak the secret of the Umbra or vein, no matter who it is, not even those closest to you. You must also not tell those Emperor Realm experts that they are incomparably sinister and that I have seen through everything. Otherwise, our boundless sect would not have been destroyed by that shaman. Neo Haishan's tone was extremely solemn. When he found out about the secret of the shadow lode, not only did the devil sect send people, the sect also sent people. Just like the demon sect, those powerful Emperor Realm Masters also wanted him to hand over the location of the shadow mineral lode. He did not say anything. Then, those so-called righteous people, those Emperor Realm Masters of the Central Continent, stood in the air and watched. They watched as the innocent disciples of the boundless sect were killed one by one, and their souls were stripped out. They still had that disdainful sneer on their faces. So, Neo Haishin hated those high and mighty masters very much. They were simply worse than pigs and dogs. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Second Elder, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to protect this secret. I will definitely not let the demon sect or the sect get their hands on it. I will definitely not let it create a dark weapon." Thinking of the dark weapon, Luo Tian's little heart trembled again. Damn! It can actually destroy the world. Is this the same as the ancient weapon in One Piece? I'm going to eat grass. If there's a chance speaking of danger, Luo Tian was more dangerous than any demon sect or sect. If the umbra or vein fell into his hands, he was afraid. Sooner or later, a dark weapon would be created. It would not destroy the world, but those Emperor Realm Masters would be unlucky. Ha ha ha. Neo Haishin continued, "Then I'm relieved, but you have to be careful. You must not excavate the umbra or vein, and don't even think about taking it for yourself, because it is the most dangerous place in the ancient world. There is a fierce beast above the peak of the Emperor Realm, infinitely close to the power of God. You must not go there." At first, Luo Tian was flying in heaven. In his heart, he was thinking of creating a dark weapon and then exploding the ancient continent. If that Emperor Realm Master was unhappy, he would kill him. But now he instantly fell into hell. His heart was cold, and his whole body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Damn, do you have to play with me like this? Infinitely close to the power of God, above the strength of the Emperor Realm. Isn't this asking for my life? Luo Tian was puzzled. He was no longer in the mood to listen. He felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. Neo Haishin thought that Luo Tian was listening very seriously and said, "But according to the 10 years I've been lurking there, I've found a pattern. One day a year, that ancient fierce beast will suddenly disappear." Luo Tian's lifeless eyes suddenly looked up, and his little heart thumped wildly again. He immediately asked, "Which day?" He was really too naughty. He thought he wouldn't have a chance. Neo Haishin said, "On the 15th of August, when the moon is full, he will suddenly disappear that night. I don't know where he went. It was also because of that night that I brought back a few Umbra gems from somewhere. I didn't expect to bring disaster to the boundless sect." At this point, Neo Haishin smiled bitterly. Luo Tian thought, "What the hell, this ancient beast also needs to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. It also needs to go back and reunite with its family. That's good. One night is enough. I'll go there once a year. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Sooner or later, I'll be able to create the dark weapon." Finally, Luo Tian asked, "Where is the location of the shadow lode?" Neo Haishin smiled slightly, and before he could say anything, he laughed even harder and said, "You might not know, the people of this world might not know. Even those devil sect rankers would never think of a place even in their dreams." Luo Tian was startled and asked again, "Where is it?" Neo Haishin laughed from ear to ear and said, "It's in the abyss behind the mountain of the Abyss Academy." Luo Tian was stunned, and immediately thought of the abyss cave that the Hua Shan ancestor had mentioned. His heart sank, and he thought to himself, "Damn, could it be the abyss cave that the Hua Shan ancestor had mentioned?" Chapter 11:14. It was very possible. It was very possible. Ever since he found out about the Black Wind sect, Luo Tian's impression of the Patriarch of Huashan had risen to an unprecedented level. If it really was the abyss cave, Gudong! Luo Tian swallowed a mouthful of phlegm and muttered to himself, "It can't be true, right?" Seeing Luo Tian's expression, Neo Haishin could not help but ask, "Do you know about that abyss?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Oh," Neo Haishin chuckled and said, "Abyss Academy is the core circle of the Devil Sect, just like Cloud Mist College in Misty Cloud City. There is only one way for you to go to Abyss Academy, and that is to become a student of Cloud Mist College and participate in the exchange competition between the two academies. The competition is on the 15th of August, and I also used this opportunity to find the location of the shadow lode by chance. Thinking back to that year, Nyo Haishin's eyes were filled with endless longing. People from the sect could not even think about entering the Abyss Academy's territory. Moreover, it was the core of the Devil Sect. Even the experts of the Emperor Realm did not dare to enter rashly. Luo Tian was startled and thought to himself, "It's Cloud Mist College again. It seems like I have to enter this Cloud Mist College." Following that, Luo Tian nodded and said, "I understand." Nyo Haishin smiled and said, "Later, I will transfer my talent potential to you. As long as you rely on the potential of your superior talent, Cloud Mist College will be able to directly become a student without any examination. At that time, when you grow a little more and are qualified to participate in the competition, you will be able to go to Abyss Academy." He was also a student of Cloud Mist College. He was very clear about the conditions for Cloud Mist College's enrollment. Nyo Haishin said this. Luo Tian was startled and immediately thought of the transfer of talent and said, "Second Elder, is the transfer of talent dangerous to you? If it's too dangerous, then forget it." After helping him to this extent, Luo Tian did not want Nyo Haishin to risk his life for the last time. Before Nyo Haishin could say anything, the vengeful spirits behind him smiled and said, "Benefactor, don't worry. There won't be any danger. Moreover, only we can do this kind of talent transfer. Our boundless sect was able to become a diamond organization in just a few years because of this unique skill. Otherwise, how could we have so many super talented disciples? If it weren't for the disaster we suffered, we would have become a king organization by now." "Well said. There won't be any danger. Come. Even if there is danger, if you can risk your life to kill the Soul Splitter King for us, then we can also risk our lives for you." "Exactly. Ron, don't worry. They were only left with a remnant soul. They still had to take this remnant soul to reincarnate in hell. This was also their last chance. If they lost this opportunity, they would never have another chance." After hearing what they said, Luo Tian relaxed and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. F*CK, Benefactor, you're treating me like an outsider. That's right. Do you still see us as brothers?" Luo Tian brought a group of vengeful spirits and walked towards the law enforcement hall in a grandiose manner. At this moment, Bai Lingling and the others were also anxiously waiting. They watched as Luo Tian muttered to himself. They didn't know what to say, nor did they know who to say anything to. They couldn't help but worry in their hearts. Seeing Luo Tian walk down, all the disciples of the House of Bai immediately went up to him. "Boss! Boss!" Everyone surrounded Luo Tian. Luo Tian said seriously, "I know that you might not believe me if I tell you this, but please swallow these flowers. Then you will know why I was talking to myself." On the way down, Luo Tian grabbed a handful of flowers that could see Nyo Haishin and the other vengeful spirits. Everyone swallowed it. Their expressions changed in an instant. Seeing the vengeful spirits floating on the ground behind Luo Tian, they couldn't help but feel afraid. "Ghost, ghost, ghost. So there really are ghosts." "Boss, boss, behind you." Lin Dong was the calmest. He said, "Boss, if you have something to say, just say it." Luo Tian continued, "These people are not ghosts, they're just vengeful spirits. They became like this because their souls were taken away by someone. I helped them to free their souls, and they agreed to do me a favor. It is to be able to transfer their superior talents to your bodies." As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, "What? You can transfer talents? There is such a thing." "Boss, whatever you say. Boss, just tell us what to do." Luo Tian had an absolute position in their hearts. They had already tacitly agreed that Luo Tian was the head of the House of Bai. Luo Tian looked at Nyo Haishin and said, Second elder, you tell them. Neo Haishin stepped forward and said, It's very simple. When the time comes, open up your mind completely and relax your body and mind. Leave the rest to us. The people of the house of Bai did as they were told. Neo Haishin also immediately turned around and looked at the vengeful spirits behind him. Among you, those who are the best of the best, come forward. Ah, peerless talent among superior talents. I'll go. This is going against the heavens. Luo Tian was startled. He was frightened by Neo Haishin's words. Extraordinary talent was 1 in a million. Moreover, Neo Haishin was a peerless talent among extraordinary talents. If this wasn't heaven-defying, then what was? The cultivation speed of this kind of talent was like a rocket. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai were also shocked. But Luo Tian could tell from their eyes that they did not believe it. They just didn't say it because of Luo Tian's face. Neo Haishin naturally could tell, but he did not explain. Not long after, among the vengeful spirits, more than a dozen of them walked out. The rest were all vengeful spirits with superior talent. Neo Haishin glanced at them and said to Luo Tian apologetically, Brother Luo, there are only a dozen or so disciples with superior talent. Originally, there were more than 30 of them, but many of them were killed by Wu Di. The 18 guards who had escorted Luo Tian to the immeasurable hall were the best of the best. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He was extremely grateful and said, Second elder, thank you. Neo Haishin smiled slightly and said, Let's begin now. After we finish transferring our talent, we can go to the underworld to reincarnate. If we are fated, we will meet again in our next life. At that time, we will definitely have a good drink with you. Luo Tian laughed. How can 1 cup be enough? At least a vat. Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed at the same time. Then, the transfer of talent began. At this moment, Lin Dong walked forward and said, Boss, I want to rely on myself. Luo Tian was startled. Without waiting for him to speak, Neo Haishin's eyes suddenly lit up with shock and said, He doesn't need to be transferred. None of my disciples have a talent that can surpass him. His talent should be at the peak of the legendary, peerless talent. I went out last night and am in the city today. I have to take the exam in the next few days, so time is too tight. If you have a monthly vote, please help me vote. Chapter 11:15. His eyes were sharp. Neo Haishin could tell that Lin Dong was not ordinary. This made Luo Tian secretly surprised. However, this made him even more certain that Lin Dong was the main character in martial yin-yang. If not, how could his talent be the top of the absolute talents? Lin Dong was also surprised. He smiled and said, I just want to grow through my own efforts. I also believe in myself. I will definitely work hard and follow in boss's footsteps. Since the day Luo Tian appeared, his world had changed. Luo Tian's strong performance time and time again made him work even harder. If he wanted to follow Luo Tian, he had to improve his own cultivation. If not, how could he be qualified to follow Luo Tian? This was what he thought in his heart. Luo Tian did not force him and said, You can decide for yourself. I respect your decision. Lin Dong nodded and walked to the side. When they were transferring their talents, he did not want to waste a single second. Bai Xiong also wanted to. He also wanted to become stronger through his own efforts. When he walked up, Luo Tian immediately said, Second elder, give your talent to my brother. Before Bai Xiong could say anything, Luo Tian was the first to speak. He looked at Bai Xiong's expression and knew what he wanted to say. Bai Xiong's talent was only slightly above average. If it was average, it would be difficult for him to reach the Taiyan realm. Even if he worked hard, it would be difficult for him to break through. This was the reason why the ancient world had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Some warriors lived for thousands of years, and even tens of thousands of years. However, their cultivation was still at a low level. This was because their talent was above most warriors. It was just like the Cloud Mist College's recruitment. As long as your talent was exceptional, You could skip the assessment and enter directly. This was the advantage of having talent. Neo Haishin glanced at Bai Xiong and said, "All right, this little fellow isn't bad. He's as strong as an ox. If he can fuse with my natural talent, then his cultivation will at least reach the Saint Spirit realm. Right?" Ha ha ha! The white bear was stunned. His heart sank. He clicked his tongue and said, "Holy Spirit realm?" Neo Haishin smiled and said, "Why? Do you think the Holy Spirit realm is not enough?" Bai Xiong quickly said, No, the Holy Spirit realm is too high. I don't even dare to imagine it." Luo Tian smiled and said, "You are useless. If you don't reach the Emperor realm, I will lose face. You have the nerve to follow me?" Huh! Bai Xiong was dumbfounded. He had never thought about the Holy Spirit realm, let alone the Emperor realm. He only wanted to follow Luo Tian all the way. As for the realm, he had never thought about it. When he heard Luo Tian's words, his eyes immediately became firm. He said mightily, "I want to reach the Emperor realm. I must reach the Emperor realm." Neo Haishin looked at Luo Tian and felt more and more that Luo Tian was not simple. He felt more and more that the days following him were very exciting. Just these 10 days of contact made him very happy. If he did not die, he would really follow him to the end. Neo Haishin smiled in his heart and said, "It's good to be alive." Immediately, Neo Haishin said, "Okay, let's begin." There were more than 50 people in the house of Bai. Except for Lin Dong and Luo Tian, who did not accept the talent transfer, all accepted it. Even the extremely stubborn Bai Lingling only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. There was no other reason. She wanted to take revenge. She wanted to kill Deng Leigong with her own hands and avenge her father. The transfer of talent would take some time. Lin Dong was cultivating alone. Luo Tian opened the system with nothing to do. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he opened the system like a thief to check the good stuff that the Soul Splitter Spirit King dropped. Haha, 9 Young Divine Art. Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the sacred art, 9 Young Divine Art. Cultivation method. 9 Young Divine Art grade. Divine level cooldown, 1 hour description. The 9 Yang Divine Art can refine the Yang energy in the body. This energy can make the body stronger quickly, and it can reach 9 transformations. Description 2. This cultivation technique is divided into 2 parts. This cultivation technique is the upper part, while the 9 Yin Divine Art is the lower part. When the 2 cultivation techniques are combined, one can reach the 9 Yin 9 Yang, the transcendent realm of immortality and indestructibility. Damn, sure enough. Like I said, the 9 Yang Divine Art is the 9 Yang Divine Art. Luo Tian was shocked. It was indeed the 9 Yang Divine Art from Jin Yang's novel. It was just that he still had the 9 Yin Divine Art. Otherwise, he could reach the transcendent realm of immortality and indestructibility by combining the 2. Damn it, isn't this too awesome? In Jin Yang's novel, the 9 Yang Divine Art was a cultivation technique for inner strength. It was the same here. Luo Tian could use the 9 Yang Divine Art to quickly turn his body into the Yang Divine Art. More importantly, the 9 Yang Divine Art was of great help to the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. This, Luo Tian was speechless. When the time comes, all his wives would come. If his subordinates couldn't do it, then what was the point of living? How could he let the women stay alone? How could the men say that they couldn't do it? The 9 Yang Divine Art would definitely be of help to him. As for the 9 Yin Divine Art, Luo Tian also wanted to obtain it. But where was it in the ancient continent? Who knew that this kind of thing depended on fate? Good stuff. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and opened the second item. Item. Soul Splitting Sword Fragment Grade. Description. This item has absorbed 38,000 souls. It has the power to split souls and kill lives. It can also create a super strong suppression effect on a person's soul. Description 2. This item can be used to create a dark sacred tool. There was nothing wrong with the description. After all, that sorcerer had used it to harvest the souls of all the people in the immeasurable sect. Before the immeasurable sect, there should still be a lot of people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach 38,000 souls. This number was indeed a little terrifying. It was also because of this that the current soul-splitting sword fragment had a very strong suppression effect on the soul. The description, too, made Luo Tian's eyes sink. His pupils constricted. One of the materials for the dark sacred tool. Immediately after, he immediately thought of the dark weapon that Niu Haishan had mentioned using the shadow gem to create. This kind of weapon could destroy heaven and earth. It could cause the entire ancient continent to sink into endless darkness. The soul-splitting sword fragment was one of the materials for this weapon. Damn it, this is definitely the rhythm of wanting me to create a dark weapon. Possessing a dark weapon was equivalent to controlling the fate of the ancient world. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about the undead emperors and the 7 luminaries monarchs that he had offended in the Tianxian continent. As for the Haijia in Misty Cloud City, they would be the first to be eliminated. Then he would have to go to the Pan-Gu cave of the ancient king. A dark weapon. Luo Tian swallowed hard. He laughed in his heart and said, "I will definitely create it." Subsequently, there was the third item, a dazzling white light. This was the item that Luo Tian was most excited about. The power of God's chosen. This power didn't come from the Soul Splitter King, but from the Soul Splitter Sword. In his mind, it was only the size of a fist. Luo Tian didn't know whether it was a lot or a little. However, he was very clear about one thing. This dazzling white power could probably raise everything within 100 kilometers to the ground. Wu Di only had a trace of God's chosen, and it was already so powerful. The soul-splitting king's chosen was not enough to compete with this. This was enough to show how powerful it was. This was also one of Luo Tian's trump cards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Luo Tian would not use it easily. This power could only be used once. Luo Tian wanted to control this power himself. This way, he would not have to worry about what to do after it was used up. I must go to the heavens, chosen mountain. The soul-splitting sword and the soul-splitting king dropped these 3 items. Very good, very good. Power, cultivation method, and materials to create a dark weapon. These 3 items had all exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. With these 3 items, Luo Tian's strength increased by another level. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. During this time, the disciples of the House of Bai and the Wraiths were still in the process of transferring their talents. Luo Tian also took on the task of guarding the surroundings. In the immeasurable mountain range, any kind of ferocious beast could rush out, not to mention that Luo Tian and the soul-splitting king had caused such a strong crack. It would definitely wake up some incomparably powerful demon beasts. It would be terrible if they were to disturb the transfer of talents. In addition to Luo Tian being on guard, there are also many wraiths on guard outside the Boundless sect. Suddenly, a wraith hurriedly walked up and said, "There's an expert with a dark aura rushing over here. His speed is extremely fast, and his cultivation might have reached the myriad illusions realm." Luo Tian was stunned. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "Myriad illusions realm? He's rushing here? What's going on?" Could it be that he was attracted by the battle just now? All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyes shook and his expression darkened. That's not right. Haijia's assassin is here. He immediately thought that it was an assassin sent by Haijia. News of Wu Sha's death had already spread to Haijia in Misty Cloud City. A disciple of the Sea God list had been killed. This was undoubtedly crossing the bottom line for Haijia, and it had a huge impact on their reputation. In addition to the incident with Hyosaurus, Haijia would definitely not let this matter rest, and would definitely send another assassin. If it was Luo Tian, he would also send another assassin. However, The people of the Fair family didn't expect that the Bai family would dare to leave the Lingyun city due to the family turmoil. Moreover, they even fled into the immeasurable mountain range. Because of the vastness of the immeasurable mountain range, even if a 10,000 illusion realm expert wanted to find them quickly, it would still be impossible. Because of the battle between Luo Tian and the soul-splitting king, the sound had spread tens of thousands of kilometers away. This had exposed their whereabouts. Myriad Illusions realm? Haijia is really trying to kill me. Last time, he was only at the Taiyan realm. This time he is at the Myriad Illusions realm, and he might even be at the peak of the Myriad Illusions realm. To deal with a martial void realm expert, even in the eyes of Haijia, Luo Tian is at most at the condensed prime realm. To send such a powerful person this, Luo Tian's heart tightened. You want to kill me, don't you? The only transformation card left was the Superman transformation card. Hulk and Thor's transformation cards were still on cooldown. As for the city's supernatural ability, it had no combat power at all. In addition, Luo Tian could not abandon these disciples of the House of Bai. The most important thing was, even if Luo Tian used the transformation card, he might not be a match for him. Should he use the Chosen One's power? Should he use it when it was just dropped? And to use it on someone in the Myriad Illusions realm? To be honest, Luo Tian could not bear to do so. Benefactor, what do you think we should do? Do you want us to hold them off for a while? The Wraith could not help but ask when he saw Luo Tian's expression turn a little ugly. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "You're no match for them." The Wraith elites were all calling out to the disciples of the House of Bai. Most of the Wraith on guard were at the Martial Void and Taiyan realms. They were no match for them at all. The Myriad Illusions realm experts could kill these Wraith like cutting vegetables. Their souls had finally returned and were waiting to enter the underworld's reincarnation cycle. If their souls were damaged at this time, they might not be able to enter the underworld. At this moment, Niu Haishin was the first to wake up. His eyes opened slightly. He had heard the conversation just now. Immediately he said, "Brother Luo, the transfer of talents of your brothers will be completed soon. Later, you will lead them to the back of the mountain of the Boundless sect. They will reach Boundless City in 3 days. As for the Myriad Illusions realm assassin, leave him to us." While he was speaking, the other Wraith woke up one by one. The disciples of the House of Bai woke up a few seconds later than them. Everyone looked different from a few hours ago. Their eyes were filled with brilliance. The changes in their bodies were very strong, especially the aura they exuded. The evolution of their talents caused their bodies to transform. They used to be caterpillars, but now they had become beautiful butterflies. "Yes, Benefactor, it's time for us to do something for you. You guys go first. We'll hold them off for you. We'll definitely hold him back. Even if he's at the peak of the Myriad Illusions realm, it won't be that easy for him to break through our defense line. Take your brothers and leave quickly," the Wraith said one by one. They were grateful to Luo Tian in their hearts. They wanted to do something for Luo Tian. If they could help Luo Tian at this time, they didn't even think about it. Even if their souls were destroyed, they wouldn't be afraid. This was the only thing they could do to repay Luo Tian before entering the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. Looking at Niu Haishin, Luo Tian said solemnly, "Second Elder, take care." Then, he didn't hesitate at all. He made a prompt decision. He didn't have the strength to fight against an expert of the Myriad Illusions realm. He didn't have the strength to fight against Haijia. Compared to Haijia, he couldn't even be considered a tiny ant. Haijia was simply too powerful, so powerful that the current Luo Tian couldn't shake him at all. The only choice was to develop these super talents of the House of Bai. These seedlings needed time to grow. If Luo Tian was alone, he wouldn't run. He would directly say one word: "Fight." It didn't matter whether it was the Myriad Illusions realm or the Emperor realm. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't let it go easily. But he couldn't do it now. Behind him was the House of Bai and a group of brothers waiting to be fed. He couldn't let these brothers take the risk with him. Luo Tian said loudly, "Brothers of the House of Bai, listen up. You have to thank the second elder and these Wraith brothers for being able to live today. When we stand at the peak in the future, we must come back to pay respects to them. Remember this." The disciples of the House of Bai said in unison, "We will remember this." Another Wraith hurriedly ran up and said, "Second elder, that expert is 1,000 meters away from us." Niu Haishan immediately said, "Run." Then, Niu Haishan turned to look at the numerous resentful spirits and said, "Now is the time to repay the debt of gratitude. Brothers, bring out the might of our boundless sect. Isn't it just a darkness attribute myriad illusions realm cultivator? We'll make sure he never returns. Kill." Then, many Wraith turned around and ran down. Luo Tian glanced at Niu Haishan, feeling grateful in his heart. He didn't dare to delay for even a second. He knew very well that Niu Haishan would definitely not be able to withstand the Haijia's assassins. If he didn't leave, their casualties would be even greater. He shouted, "Let's go!" A few minutes later, painful screams rang out one after another at the entrance of the boundless sect. This was a sound that could only be emitted by the pain of having one's soul destroyed. For them, they would disappear forever. They would be completely annihilated. However, they were not afraid. They continued to charge forward without any regard for their lives. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said fiercely in his heart, "Haijia, I will definitely return 1,000 times faster." He was incomparably furious. That feeling of powerlessness made Luo Tian almost go berserk. He was really unhappy, escaping from Lingyan City into the immeasurable mountain range, facing the incomparably dangerous immeasurable mountain range. He could die at any time. However, Haijia still did not let him go. They actually sent an expert of the illusions realm. This was to kill Luo Tian. This hatred, Luo Tian would engrave it in his heart. If he didn't destroy all 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors, I'm definitely not human. The person who came was Haijia's ghost concubine. He entered the immeasurable mountain range to search for Luo Tian. However, he wasn't here to kill Luo Tian. He wanted to capture Luo Tian alive. Haijia's ghost concubine was divided into 8 sides. Each side was like a clone. Their abilities were also different. If the 8 of them were together, even a peak Holy Spirit realm expert would find it difficult to deal with them. Ghost Concubine, who entered the immeasurable mountain range, was a tracking expert. There was another person, Ghost Concubine. At this moment, he had already entered the Tianxian continent. Cloud Mist City, Cloud Mist College at the top of the Cloud Mist mountain range. What? Haijia is too presumptuous. They actually sent Ghost Concubine. I did look for him to kill my Cloud Mist College's disciple, but he actually sent Ghost Concubine to assassinate me. This is outrageous. What should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? You and I are very clear about Ghost Concubine's strength. Hai Tong Tian actually sent her out. I'm afraid that kid's little life. Haijia is too arrogant this time. Can't we do anything? Dean, when did our Cloud Mist College become so cowardly? I'm not happy. An old man looked up at the sky with his brows tightly knitted. Looking at the blue sky, his thoughts were flying. In his mind, he thought of countless possibilities. Finally, the image in his mind stopped at a place. A familiar and terrifying face. Haijia's Crown Prince, see Emperor Dragon. 3-in-1 chapter. Chapter 11:16. Weighing again and again. Cloud Mist College didn't make any decision in the end. They didn't send anyone to Haijia. They also called back the elders who went out to look for Luo Tian not long ago. Ghost Concubine had never failed. Obviously, Luo Tian was no longer in this world. Although it was a pity, Cloud Mist College had no choice but to do so. It wasn't because Cloud Mist College was afraid of Haijia. Cloud Mist College was the strongest college in the central continent. Its comprehensive strength wasn't weaker than Haijia. It was even stronger. However, there was one person in Haijia that Cloud Mist College was extremely afraid of. The Sea Emperor Dragon. He was also the crown prince of Haijia. Since his birth, Haijia had been suppressing Cloud Mist College. The crown prince's potential and talent were unparalleled in the central continent, and even in the ancient continent for hundreds of thousands of years. His strength was unparalleled, and he was also the youngest sorcerer in the world. His name resounded throughout the ancient continent. When climbing the Heaven's Choice Mountain, he climbed to an unprecedented height. Among the many adepts who possessed the power of God's chosen, his was the strongest and densest. He was also known as the Son of Heaven, the one chosen by heaven. Sooner or later, he would become a god. Cloud Mist College was afraid of him. Luo Tian was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. His fighting ability and cultivation techniques were incomparably strange. He might be a very good seedling for Cloud Mist College. But, compared to the Crown Prince, he was somewhat insignificant. The Crown Prince put too much pressure on Cloud Mist College. Whether it was him or Haijia, they were both very powerful. More importantly, he had an even more terrifying master. 3 days later, on the other side of Wuliang Mountain, we're out. We're finally out. Ha ha ha. I can't believe we could cross Wuliang Mountain. It's too unexpected. It's good to be alive. It's all because of Boss's might. More than 50 members of the House of Bai walked out of Wuliang Mountain. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, every one of them seemed to be in a sorry state. However, looking at immeasurable city in the distance, they knew that they had made it out. Being able to cross the immeasurable mountain range was a miracle for them. When they first entered the mountain range, they didn't think that they could come out alive. They just wanted to follow Luo Tian and see where they could go. They were completely unaware. This time, not only did they manage to escape, but each of their cultivations had also reached a new level. Their talents had also undergone incomparable transformations. This allowed them to leap into the ranks of super talented martial artists. This was something they had yet to experience. However, it wouldn't be long before they could feel the benefits of having a superior talent. Bai Lingling walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boundless City is up ahead." Luo Tian looked at the majestic, immeasurable mountain range and muttered, "I wonder how the second elder and the others are doing." This was the thing he was most worried about in the past 3 days. However, in the past 3 days, that Haijia rancor had not caught up to them. This also meant that Niu Haishan had held him back. Otherwise, with their speed, it would have been impossible for them to escape. Luo Tian exhaled and said, "Second elder, no matter what, thank you. I hope that you can enter the underworld's cycle of reincarnation. Also, I will definitely avenge Haijia for you." Immediately after, Luo Tian's gaze turned. Looking at the immeasurable city in the distance, he raised his arm and shouted, "Enter the city!" Oh, ha ha ha. Now that we're in the city, we must have a good meal. After fleeing for half a month, we're finally relaxed today. That's right. After getting rid of the immeasurable mountain range and the Deng family, we don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Many of the House of Bai's disciples had joyous smiles on their faces. This half a month had been too hard on him. Luo Tian's heart did not relax. He had escaped the pursuit of the Deng family and the pursuit of the Haijia rancor. However, his intuition told him that Haijia would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely send assassins. We must think of a countermeasure as soon as possible, otherwise... Luo Tian's brows tightened. Looking at the happy brothers of the House of Bai, he secretly said, "Our goal is too big, we must spread out." Bai Xiong smiled foolishly and said, "Boss, what are you thinking about? Let's hurry down the mountain and have a good drink when we reach Immeasurable City. Then we can take a good bath. In 10 days, it will be the second round of selection for Cloud Mist College. At that time, we will pass the second round. At that time, no matter how powerful Deng Leigong is, he won't dare to touch us. At that time, we will have Cloud Mist College to protect us. As long as I become a student of Cloud Mist College, I will definitely teach Deng Leigong a lesson. I will definitely avenge my father. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Bai Xiong was right. He was too tired after half a month of trekking. He needed to have a good rest, tidy up, and then think about other things. Besides, in 10 days, it would be the second round of selection for Cloud Mist College. As long as he passed, he would be able to obtain the protection of Cloud Mist College. At that time, even Haijia wouldn't be able to touch him easily, right? Luo Tian did not know what had happened in Cloud Mist City. His thoughts were a little too perfect. Suddenly, the group in front suddenly stopped, and there was an argument. A disciple of the house of Bai quickly ran to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boss, there's a team of 8 people. They are blocking our way. Looking at their clothes, they seem to be the guards of Boundless City. They want me to pay the fee to leave the mountain." Luo Tian was startled and said, "Toll." "That's right, and they even insulted us." Luo Tian frowned and immediately walked forward. On the path down the mountain stood 8 guards at the peak of the Essence Condensation Realm. Their clothes were embroidered with the symbol of Boundless City. It was obvious that they were the guards of Boundless City. Luo Tian smiled and said, "May I ask how much toll do we have to pay?" The leader of the guards looked at Luo Tian coldly with a look of disdain. He sneered and said, "This amount." As he spoke, he raised his middle finger. Luo Tian's eyes tightened and said, "1 profound coin per person? F*CK. Do you think our Boundless City's guards are beggars? I am talking about 100,000 profound coins." The leader of the strong men suddenly shouted, his 2 eyes fiercely staring at Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's exhausted appearance, his expression became even more disdainful. The main reason for physical exhaustion was due to the depletion of vitality. If a martial artist still had a lot of vitality in his body, it was impossible for him to have a tired expression. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, under Luo Tian's constant urging, the House of Bai's disciples used up all their strength. At this time, not to mention vitality, even their strength was almost used up. It was already quite good that they could walk. It was because of this that the guard became fearless. Bai Xiong immediately became angry and shouted, 100,000 profound coins. Are you crazy? You might as well go rob." The guard sneered and said disdainfully, "What? You can't take it out? If you can't take it out, then scram back to the mountain." "What are you going down the mountain for?" "A group of poor country bumpkins, daring to kill without money, TSK." "Ha ha ha. Brother Meng, look at these people. They are simply beggars. You calling them country bumpkins is simply an insult to country bumpkins, ha. Isn't that so? Look at what they are wearing. One look and you can tell that they are a group of poor people. Scram into the mountains." 100,000 profound coins. Luo Tian did not have it. However, Bai Qi had given the House of Bai's savings to Bai Lingling, so she could take out 100,000 profound coins. But this was the House of Bai's most developed funds, so it definitely could not be used carelessly. Bai Lingling glanced at the angry house of Bai disciples around her, walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Our people's vitality has been depleted. We will continue to rest in a place to recover our vitality." At this time, 100,000 profound coins is 100,000 profound coins. I still have a lot here, it's enough. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the leader of the guards pushed Luo Tian away and walked directly to Bai Lingling's side. He revealed a wretched smile, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Oh, there's such a delicate little beauty in this desolate mountain range. It's different with a little beauty. I don't want the 100,000 profound coins. Let me play with this little girl for a few days. Once I, Brother Meng, am satisfied, everything will be fine, ha ha ha." As he spoke, he was about to step forward and pull Bai Lingling's hand when he said evilly, "Little beauty, if you follow Brother Meng, I guarantee that you will eat and drink well, and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Ha ha ha!" "Come on." Just that, Bai Lingling stood motionless in front of him, but the guard couldn't grab her hand no matter how hard he tried. His body was unable to move in an instant. There was a hand on his shoulder. The guard was instantly enraged and shouted, "That one who doesn't want his life? You're F** king, courting death again." He turned around and grabbed the hand on his shoulder, wanting to twist it and break it. But he tried his best, but still could not remove the hand on his shoulder. His eyes stared at Luo Tian, who was pushed away by him just now. His face changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, "You dog!" before he could finish his words. Luo Tian's 5 fingers turned into a claw, directly grabbing his shoulder and exerting force. "Kacha! Ka! The bones below his shoulder were shattered, and one of the bodyguard's arms instantly dropped down. He couldn't use any strength, and his face was incomparably pale. He grimaced in pain and shouted, "Brat, you're courting death. Quick, kill him for me." Ah, it hurts so much. In an instant, the other 7 guards all surrounded him. Lin Dong also shouted in an instant and said, "If you touch a single hair on our boss's head, I will kill you." More than 50 people from the house of Bai instantly turned into ferocious bandits, directly surrounding the 8 of them. They were so scared that they did not dare to move. Luo Tian let go of his hand. That guard instantly fell down, sitting on the ground and rolling around in pain. His whole body was covered in sweat, and his eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, full of killing intent. He said fiercely, "Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me, I will make you suffer. Your mouth is still dirty, right?" Luo Tian's voice fell, and a slap came down. Pa! The guard was directly flipped over. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head, and all his front teeth flew out. He could not say anything, but his eyes were still full of anger. Luo Tian walked to his side and said with a sneer, "I say, Lord Guard, do we still have to pay the toll?" At the beginning, the guard still nodded, but when Luo Tian raised his hand again, his head shook like a rattle drum, and he said with his teeth leaking, No need. Luo Tian gently patted his red and swollen cheeks and said with a smile, "Good boy." After he finished speaking, Luo Tian slowly stood up and looked at the guard's eyes, which were still full of killing intent. He was very unhappy in his heart. Suddenly, he heavily stomped on the guard. His eyes suddenly changed and became incomparably cold. He gloomily said, "You dare to touch my woman? You are courting death." He stomped that guard to death with a single foot. The other 7 guards' faces suddenly changed. They wanted to resist, but in the end they were still stared back by Luo Tian's gaze. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Yin Feng for obtaining 100 experience, 100 essence. Ding! Sin +1. A notification sounded. Luo Tian would definitely not be lenient towards this kind of person. Although his cultivation was not high and unremarkable, this kind of person was despicable and sinister. Once he injured Bai Lingling or the other brothers of the House of Bai, it would be a big loss for a small gain. At the same time, Luo Tian also used this to warn the forces of Boundless City. "I'm here. Don't F** king provoke me, or else I'll kill you." A guard looked at Luo Tian with fear in his eyes, not because of Luo Tian's powerful strength, but because of Yin Feng's death. He sneered and said, "Do you know who he is? You still want to enter Boundless City after killing him? If I were you, I would quickly return to the mountains and never take half a step into Boundless City again." Luo Tian chuckled and said, "I definitely don't care who the person who deserves to die is. Even if the Heavenly Emperor touches my people, I will make him die without a burial ground." Immediately after, Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's go." He did not continue to kill those 7 people. Luo Tian was not a homicidal maniac. He would definitely not let off those who deserved to be killed. These commoners did not provoke him, so even if he could get sin points, he would not easily kill them. This was because he did not want to be controlled by sin points. He was himself. Even if he had the system, he would not be controlled by the system. Seeing Luo Tian's group walk towards a measurable city in a grandiose manner, the guard who spoke just now said loudly, "He is the nephew of a measurable city lord. Just wait to die." Luo Tian pretended not to hear. They continued to move forward. Lin Dong walked beside Luo Tian and said, "According to rumors, the city lord of Boundless City was once a student of Cloud Mist College. I heard that his cultivation has already broken through to the Tai Yen realm. Moreover, he can cover the sky with one hand in Boundless City." Bai Xiong said, "Boss, will we be in danger if we go in like this?" Indeed, Tai Yen realm. If it was a competition of strength, Luo Tian was still not a match for him. However, he had no choice now. It was impossible for him to enter Boundless Mountain Range again. He could, but his brothers from the house of Bai could not. They were too tired and needed a place to rest. They needed to eat to replenish their strength. He had no other choice but to enter the city. Even if there were scourges in the city, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Bai Lingling also said, "I remember father once said that the patrol teams in Boundless City are all in groups of 10. Did we only meet 8 guards just now?" Luo Tian's brows twitched slightly. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Looking at Boundless City in the distance, it was like a huge, ferocious beast waiting for them in the dusk. No matter what, even if it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, Luo Tian had to enter the city. He had to rest and participate in the second round of Cloud Mist College's examination. Otherwise, crossing Boundless Mountain Range would become meaningless. Boundless City, City Lord's Mansion. Good. He's finally appeared. I really didn't expect that a trash kid who hasn't even reached the Martial Void Realm would be able to cross Boundless Mountain Range. It's truly shocking. However, Nephew Deng, don't worry. As long as he comes to my territory, I'll turn him into a dead man. A man in his 50s sneered. Beside him stood a person. Legong Deng's son. He had arrived 3 days ago. He had given his father's handwritten letter to Yin Wuliang, and had also given him 100,000 cultivation coins. With these things, Yin Wuliang had immediately agreed to kill Luo Tian if he dared to appear. "Thank you, Uncle Yin. Next time, my father will personally come to thank you. At that time, there will definitely be a great gift to thank you," Deng Wumu said respectfully. Yin Wuliang smiled and said, "Your father is my senior. This is just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. I heard that your father has already unified Lingyun City. Your Deng family's strength has already reached the standard of a gold organization. When you become a gold organization, you'll be able to gain the favor of a large family. At that time, your Deng family will become a diamond organization or even a subsidiary of a king organization. When that time comes, don't forget about my Uncle Yin." Deng Wumu cupped his hands and said, Of course, of course." In his heart, he thought, I didn't expect Yin Wuliang to be so well informed. In less than half a month, he found out about this. Even I didn't know. However, it seems like Father has really unified Lingyun City. When all the organizations are combined, they should be able to reach the standard of a gold organization. When that time comes, they'll be able to gain the favor of a large family. With the protection of a large family, no matter how great your potential is, Luo Tian won't be a match for my Deng family. Humph. Furthermore, Luo Tian, it's only been half a month. No matter how fast you break through, you won't be a match for Yin Wuliang, who is at the Grand Yen realm. Hurry up and come to Boundless City to die. Also at this time, a Boundless City guard hurriedly walked into the hall and whispered something into Yin Wuliang's ear. Yin Wuliang's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, What did you say? The guard said Yin Feng was killed. Yin Wuliang's expression became angry. He shouted, "Who dares to kill my nephew? Is he tired of living?" The guard said again, "It's Luo Tian." Yin Wuliang suddenly trembled. He slammed the chair beside him into pieces and shouted, "Luo Tian, you dog! I'm going to bury your head with my nephew. Where is he now?" The guard said, "He's almost at Boundless City." Yin Wuliang's brows furrowed. A cold and murderous smile appeared on his face. Deng Wumu laughed in his heart. "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, of all the people to kill, you just had to kill Yin Wuliang's nephew. Ha ha ha. You're dead today. 3 in 1 chapter. It's the end of the month. Brothers who have monthly votes, don't keep them. Hurry up and vote for old Nyo." Chapter 11:17. The sun set in the west. The sky gradually darkened. There were very few pedestrians at the city gate, and a few guards urged them on from time to time. Wuliang City was not like other cities. The west gate would be closed at night, and no one would be allowed to enter or leave. There was less than half an hour left before the gate closed. In order to enter the city, the pedestrians on the road sped up. Luo Tian's group did not walk fast. They did not know that Wuliang City had such a rule. Of course, they were too tired and could not walk at all. They wished they could just sit on the ground and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. "Boss, look at these pedestrians. They're running so fast as if they've seen a ghost. Are they rushing to reincarnate?" Bai Xiong asked, puzzled. Luo Tian naturally did not know either. He smiled lightly and said, "They're running their own business. It's none of your business. If you have the strength, you should run too. Maybe they're running to lose weight after eating." Bai Xiong scratched his head and said naively, "I don't even have the strength to walk now, let alone run. I wish I could crawl into the city right now. These 3 days and 3 nights of trekking have exhausted me. Right now, I don't even have a trace of Yuan Qi in my dantian. It's even worse than when I was chased into the Wuliang Mountains by the Deng family. Indeed, last time, it was the Deng family who chased them. Along the way, under the stimulation of Luo Tian's elder position, these House of Bai disciples finally succeeded in hiding in the Wuliang Mountains. This time, it was not the Deng family who chased them, but the Haijia, who knew how many times stronger than the Deng family. After 3 days and 3 nights of nonstop trekking, how could there be a trace of Yuan Qi in their dantian? Other than Luo Tian, these people did not have a trace of Yuan Qi in their dantian. They were as thirsty as a cracked paddy field. At this moment, they needed sufficient time to rest, recuperate, and replenish their energy with food. Fortunately, there were still 10 days before the second round of Cloud Mist College's selection. These 10 days were enough for them to recover. However, it was best not to engage in any battles in the next 10 days and expend any Yuan Qi. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the second round of selection. After encountering Yin Feng's group of guards at the foot of a measurable mountain range, Luo Tian had a vague premonition that something was definitely waiting for him in a measurable city. When a passerby heard Bai Xiong's words, he couldn't help but mock. "I can tell that you guys are outsiders at a glance. You don't even know the most basic rules of Boundless City. The sun sets in the west, and the city gates will close in an hour. You guys are still leisurely walking here as if you are on a vacation. I'm sure you guys will spend the night outside the city." After that, without waiting for Bai Xiong to speak, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't forget to shout, "Big brother guard, big brother guard, there's another one here. Wait for me." Immeasurable City was too close to the immeasurable mountain range. Night fell, and the time for the demonic beasts to dominate the city had arrived. Some demonic beasts that were hunting for food would come to the outskirts of Immeasurable City from time to time. In the past, when the city gates weren't closed, there would always be demonic beasts that barged in and harmed a large number of innocent people. That was why the city gates were closed at night. Luo Tian stared blankly. If more than 50 people from the House of Bai were outside the city, the weather would definitely be cold at night. At that time, Not to mention recovering their vitality, it would already be considered lucky if they didn't injure their vitality. However, Luo Tian looked at the weak disciples of the house of Bai behind him, who were struggling to even walk. His heart tightened again. In their current state, it was impossible for them to run, let alone catch up. We have to enter the city to recuperate. Otherwise, the innate talent had just been transferred, so it wasn't stable. Niu Haishan had said that after the transfer of the innate talent, they had to recuperate well and allow the transferred innate talent to fully integrate with the physical body. If their vitality was injured at this time, it would definitely affect the integration of the innate talent and the physical body. Immediately after, Luo Tian's brows furrowed. He thought to himself, "We have to let them enter the city." Bai Xiong Lindong. Bai Xiong and Lindong shouted at the same time, "Here!" Luo Tian continued, "The two of you take good care of these brothers. I'll delay the guards guarding the city first. We can't let them spend the night outside the city." Lindong immediately said, "Boss, do you want me to go with you? I still have some vitality." Bai Xiong also said, although I don't have vitality, I still have some strength. I can also go with you." Luo Tian smiled and said, "The two of you don't have to puff yourselves up at your own cost. Take good care of these brothers for me. Don't worry, I can definitely delay them." After saying that, Luo Tian quickly ran out. A few minutes later, Luo Tian's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. He arrived at the north gate of Boundless City. If it was a competition of vitality, the amount of vitality in Luo Tian's body couldn't even be compared to an expert at the peak of the martial void realm. The two guards saw that Luo Tian was really looking at them, and their faces were unhappy. They said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get in. If you don't go in, then get out." Very fierce. Looking at the insignia on their chests, they were undoubtedly the guards of the Boundless City, Lord's Mansion. He was also secretly startled in his heart. It seems that Boundless City is different from Lingyun City. It should be controlled by a kind of power. For a power to control such a large city, this power must be at least a gold rank power. Luo Tian smiled and said, "My two brothers, I would like to ask, how much time do we have left to close the city gates?" One of the guards rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said impatiently, "There's only a few minutes left. Don't talk nonsense with Lousy. Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, then scram far away. Don't bother Lousy here. Lousy still wants to finish work early and go home to hug his wife." While they were talking, Luo Tian took out a money bag that he had prepared beforehand. There were quite a few profound coins in the bag. He smiled lightly and said, "Brother, can you give me an extension of half an hour?" There were at least 100 profound coins in the money bag. To the two guards of the city, they wouldn't be able to earn that much in a year. Both of their eyes lit up. Saliva flowed out. However, in that instant, one of the guards took the money bag from Luo Tian's hands and snorted, "It's not impossible for us to extend the time, but this bit of money is only enough for 10 minutes. If you want us to extend the time by half an hour, you still have to bring 2 bags of profound coins." Greed was human nature. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. If Yin Feng was like this, then the guards of the city would definitely be like this as well. Then, Luo Tian took out 2 more bags of profound coins and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you two brothers." They quickly took the profound coins. The 2 guards were overjoyed in their hearts, but they still pretended to be superior and coldly said, "Us extending the time to close the city gates by half an hour is already against the rules of Boundless City. It's also because of the profound coins. Otherwise, we wouldn't extend the time for a country bumpkin like you." Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." For the disciples of the House of Bai. So what if he swallowed his anger? If he was alone, he wouldn't be bothered to lower his voice. Then, Luo Tian looked at the crowd in the distance. Afraid that something would happen, he said to the guard, "I'll be right back." Go. Since we've taken your money, We'll definitely delay it by half an hour. We still have this bit of credibility, but we'll make it clear to you in advance. If you don't arrive in half an hour, then don't blame us." A guard said solemnly. There was nothing wrong with extending the time to close the city gates for half an hour. In the past few years, they hadn't encountered any demon beasts attacking the city, so they had quite a bit of power in their hands. They could control the time of closing the city gates, as long as it wasn't too late. Luo Tian laughed and said, "I'll definitely make it." Half an hour was enough. It was less than 500 meters away. Finished. Luo Tian rushed back. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the two city guards couldn't help but laugh from ear to ear. Ha ha ha! This idiot actually gave us so much money. His brain must have been filled with shit. Seeing him take out a bag of profound coins gave me a fright. You're shocked just like that? If it wasn't for my words, we could only split this bag of money. Now there are 3 bags, ha ha ha. Awesome. We won't be able to earn so much in 2 years, ha ha ha. We're rich. We have to go and have a good drink tonight. At this moment, a light cough came from the city gate. The 2 guards looked up and their expressions suddenly changed. They immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, City Lord." Yin Wuliang was dressed in black, and behind him were a few guards whose strength was above the martial void realm. Yin Wuliang said coldly, "Close the city gates for me, and also hand over the ill-gotten gains that you just obtained." The 2 guards didn't dare to ask any more questions, and immediately did as they were told. Yin Wuliang had long been waiting for Luo Tian on the city gate tower. He didn't know Luo Tian, but Deng Wumu knew him. So when Luo Tian appeared, he pointed him out to Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang wanted to rush down the city gate and kill Luo Tian with one palm strike. But he didn't want Luo Tian to die so easily. He wanted to slowly play with Luo Tian until he died. The moment Luo Tian disappeared, he immediately appeared and ordered the guards to close the city gates. Kacha! 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 The sound of chains lifting the stone gate could be heard. Luo Tian was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at the stone gate slowly rising, he smiled bitterly. What the F***CK? I was stupid enough to believe them. He felt like he had been tricked. This feeling was very unpleasant. Bai Xiong cursed. F***CK, your ancestors. You took my money, but didn't do anything. Don't let me see you tomorrow, or I'll kill you. Lindong asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Bai Lingling also anxiously walked up and said, "Some of the disciples have already fainted. If they don't have a place to rest, it won't do. Sleeping in the wilderness has a great impact on their bodies." Luo Tian was very clear about this point. Looking at the city gate not far away, Luo Tian frowned and said, "Let's go take a look and see if we can get someone to lower the city gate." There was no other way. Wuliang City's gate was dozens of meters high. With Luo Tian's current cultivation, he couldn't climb it at all. He couldn't fly either, so it was completely impossible for him to fly up the city gate. Even if he flew in alone, it would be useless. Without the city lord's orders, no one dared to open the city gate. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian led more than 50 people to the bottom of the city gate and shouted, "Guard brothers, it's me. I haven't been here for half an hour. Why did you close the city gate?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a series of complacent, arrogant, and egotistical laughter came down from the top of the city gate. Yin Wuliang had a playful look in his eyes as he laughed and said, "I know it's you. Otherwise, why would you close the city gate in advance?" Luo Tian didn't recognize him and said, "Why is that? We don't seem to know each other, right? Even if it's me, it won't do you any good. Put down the city gate and let us in. How about I give you 1,000 profound coin?" If it could be solved with money, then it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he had to take out 10,000 profound coin, Luo Tian wouldn't hesitate to take it out. These brothers were already extremely tired. If they didn't have a place to rest, they definitely wouldn't be able to. Luo Tian didn't say anything. The other person leaned over and looked at him, revealing a sinister sneer, and said, Luo Tian, you should know me, right? Luo Tian looked over, but he didn't know Deng Wumu's name. His expression changed slightly, as though he had seen him somewhere before. Bai Xiong walked to his side, his eyes spitting fire. He shouted loudly, "Deng Wumu, you bastard, get down here for me." When Bai Lingling heard Bai Xiong's words, she immediately rushed over, her killing intent soaring. She couldn't wait to fly up and pierce Deng Wumu's heart with 10,000 arrows. One of Deng Legong's sons, one of their father's murderers. Seeing an enemy, she was naturally exceptionally jealous. Luo Tian's heart sank. He understood why there were people waiting for them at the foot of immeasurable mountain. It turned out that Deng Legong had long known that they wanted to cross the immeasurable mountain range to enter Immeasurable City. He had already sent people to wait for them in Immeasurable City. The anger in his heart also faintly rose. They were already forced to this extent. They still refused to let go. They even set up an inescapable net in Immeasurable City waiting for them. At this moment, the murderous intent in Luo Tian's heart became incomparably intense. Deng Wumu, right? If you can return to Lingyun City alive, please pass a message to your father. Say that I, Luo Tian, will sooner or later screw over all 18 generations of your Deng family's ancestors. His anger grew. They were forced to risk their lives to enter the incomparably dangerous, immeasurable mountain range. Not only did they not let them go, but they also wanted to relentlessly kill them. This vengeance, this hatred, if Luo Tian didn't report it, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's hatred for the Deng family in his heart was even stronger than his hatred for Haijia. He couldn't wait to immediately turn around and cross the immeasurable mountain range to return to Lingyun City and screw over the Deng family. He didn't expect the Deng family to still not let them go. If he had known this would happen, damn it, I should have used the transformation card to kill them back then. Deng Wumu laughed. He laughed very proudly and said, Luo Tian, I advise you to stop worrying. A piece of trash like you wants to touch my Deng family? I don't think you'll live to see the sun tomorrow. Immediately after, Deng Wumu said again, Uncle Wuliang, this is the kid who killed your nephew. We can't let him live to see the sun tomorrow. Yin Wuliang smiled coldly and said, he will definitely die. That brat actually dared to kill my nephew, so he should be prepared to die. However, it's so meaningless to kill him just like that. Do you see this group of people? All of them are stray dogs without a trace of vitality in their bodies. They're in an extremely sorry state. At this time, if they don't have a quiet place to rest, their bodies will definitely not be able to take it. Look at this pitch-black wilderness again. This wilderness, this cold weather, how cool it is. Ha ha ha! After saying that, Yin Wuliang laughed sinisterly. After hearing that, Deng Wumu also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Brilliant, really brilliant. Uncle Wuliang, this move of yours caused Luo Tian, this piece of trash, to lose his men without losing a single soldier. You let them watch their brothers become trash one by one like him. Ha ha ha! This move is really too cool, ha ha! Laugh! The two of them laughed crazily. They laughed incomparably proudly. Damn it! Bai Xiong was furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Deng Wumu, get down here. I'll fight you one-on-one. Deng Wumu said disdainfully, a piece of trash like you wants to fight me one-on-one? Do you have the right to fight me one-on-one? Yin Wuliang also said mockingly, one-on-one? What era is this? One-on-one? What a child! If you want to fight me one-on-one, fly up if you have the ability. If you can't fly up, then obediently stay down here and become a dead dog. Ha ha ha! The two of them continued to laugh wildly. Bai Xiong was unhappy. Bai Lingling was unhappy. Luo Tian was even more unhappy. The 50 disciples of the house of Bai behind him were also extremely unhappy. They all stood up straight and stared at the two people on the city gate with bloodshot eyes. Look at them. They're really like dogs. Someone come. Throw a few bones down. Don't starve our watchdogs. Ha ha ha. Yin Wuliang laughed loudly and said, immediately, a few guards threw a few bones. Because they couldn't dodge in time, a few weak disciples of the House of Bai were smashed until their heads bled. Anger filled the sky. Luo Tian was really very unhappy. He was humiliated to this extent and forced to this extent. He clenched his fists tightly and kept calculating the height of the city gate and the height that he could fly to. Bai Lingling pulled Luo Tian's arm and said, "Don't be rash, don't be rash. If you go up alone, you definitely won't be a match for the two of them. The boundless city, Lord's cultivation, level broke, through to the Taiyan realm 10 years ago. You're not his match." Bai Lingling had some understanding of the surrounding cities. Luo Tian's fists were still tightly clenched. Not to mention the Taiyan realm. Even if it was the Wanhuan realm, he would still kill them. Wasn't it just using the transformation card? Luo Tian really wasn't the kind of person who would be bullied. His current cultivation level was still at the 4th level of the martial void realm. At this level, he still couldn't rush up the city wall that was dozens of meters high. If he could reach the 6th level of the martial void realm, he could easily rush up the city wall. At that time, Bai Lingling was afraid that Luo Tian would be rash and said anxiously, "They will definitely open the city gate tomorrow morning. We can still hold on for one more day." "Boss, we can still hold on." "Yes, isn't it just cold weather and unbearable hunger? If we can't even bear this little bit of hardship, how can we avenge the old master?" "Boss, we'll just endure through tonight." "Endure through tonight and be done with it? No way." Yin Wuliang wouldn't let them off so easily. At this moment, Yin Wuliang smiled coldly and said, "Nephew Wu Mu, do you want to see a kind of beast spirit?" While they were talking, a few guards were holding a large wooden bucket in their hands. The wooden bucket was filled with a pungent and unpleasant spirit grass. Deng Wumu was stunned and said, "Uncle Wuliang, what is a beast spirit?" Yin Wuliang smiled sinisterly. "This is a kind of spirit grass that can attract demonic beasts over. As long as the demonic beasts within 1,000 kilometers smell the burning smell of this spirit grass, they will rush over crazily." At that time, Luo Tian's heart tightened and he gritted his teeth. Too sinister. This guy wanted to use demonic beasts to kill them. Continue the 3-in-1 chapter. Only 5 votes left. Brothers, please provide support. Chapter 1118. Beast soul luring was a kind of knockout drug that could make demonic beasts go into heat. Once the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles smelled this knockout drug, they would become frenzied and rush here crazily. They would tear apart anyone they saw. Not only that, the strength of these frenzied demonic beasts would increase by 2 levels. Normally, when a 5th-rank demonic beast smelled the knockout drug, it would instantly become a 6th-rank demonic beast, greatly stimulating the most primitive and ferocious desire in the demonic beast's body. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang laughed loudly and said, "Nephew Wumu, you must have seen demonic beasts kill people before. But today I will let you see it. These demonic beasts kill people crazily, and they treat these people as tools to vent. Not only do they want to kill, but they will also—" Ha ha ha. His eyes were filled with a sinister light. "You will know later. When demonic beasts are in heat and see humans, this is what is called fun." Obviously, from his words, one could tell that this was not the first time he had used this kind of knockout drug. Although Deng Wumu had never seen it before from his expression, he could already guess 70 to 80% of it. He also laughed excitedly and said, "Uncle Wuliang really has good methods. To deal with people like Luo Tian, you should use the cruelest methods." Ha ha ha. "Luo Tian, you dog, offending my Deng family. This is the result of offending my Deng family. I will personally watch you be trampled to death by demonic beasts. Wahaha." Deng Wumu laughed wildly, as if he could already see Luo Tian struggling at death's door. Yin Wuliang's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luo Tian and said, You dare to behave atrociously in my Wuliang city's territory and kill my nephew. Prepare to die today. The two of them were very arrogant. Very arrogant. Luo Tian was unhappy, extremely unhappy. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting. However, he did not look at Yin Wuliang and Yin Wuliang again. Instead, he stared at the burning wooden barrel. The white smoke slowly rose from the barrel and quickly dissipated into the air. There did not seem to be anything special about it, but in less than 3 minutes, woo, 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 roar, kacha. In the distant, pitch-black mountain range, the frenzied cries of various demonic beasts could be heard. Luo Tian could tell from these sounds that they were just as Yin Wuliang had said. They were in a state of estrus and had gone berserk. A few minutes passed. A series of intense footsteps came from afar, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Sand and dust billowed as all kinds of demonic beasts charged towards a measurable city without any regard for their lives. Seeing such a scene, Yin Wuliang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Look, the demonic beasts are here. They're all in heat. Ha ha ha! There's a good show to watch, Men, ignite another beast's soul for me. I want to attract even more demonic beasts, and let this brat have a good time. Ha ha ha! Understood! Hearing the intense commotion in the distance, Deng Wumu couldn't help but ask, Uncle Wuliang, with so many demonic beasts being attracted, can the city gate withstand it? Will it attract high-level demonic beasts? If that's the case, Yin Wuliang smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Those high-level demonic beasts are all hiding in the depths of a measurable mountain range. They won't appear in the periphery at all. The ones attracted are all level 1 to level 4 demonic beasts, at most level 5. These demonic beasts are enough to explode Luo Tian's chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha! Deng Wumu relaxed. The city wall was dozens of meters high. Even level 5 demonic beasts could not climb up, so there was no need to worry about this. He also smiled and said, I'm worrying too much, Uncle Wuliang. How can there be a lack of wine to watch a show? I'll go get some good wine. The two of us can drink while watching. Hey, this is my territory. How can I let you buy wine? Immediately, Yin Wuliang turned around and was about to order someone to buy wine, but when he thought of Deng Wumu's identity and the fact that his father was now the head of a gold force, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said, You stay here and watch the show. I'll go to the city lord's mansion to get the wine that I've kept for 50 years. Deng Wumu was shocked and a little surprised. He immediately said, Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Wuliang. Ha ha ha, I'll be back soon. Yin Wuliang turned around and said to the guards beside him, You guys protect nephew Wumu for me. Yes, sir. Rumble. Rumble. The earth shook. The darkness was filled with the most primitive and brutal aura of the demonic beasts. This aura was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian and the others, under the city wall. The faces of the disciples of the house of Bai were pale. I can't believe that we didn't die under the Deng family's pursuit, in a measurable mountain range, or under the hands of the Haijia experts. I can't believe that we're going to die here, under the attack of these demonic beasts. What should we do? Are we going to die? I really hate it. There's no one in the Deng family who isn't insidious. They actually won't let us go. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let them go. The disciples of the house of Bai were all listless. With their vitality exhausted, they were like cabbages. Even in the face of a rank 1 demonic beast, they didn't have the strength to fight back. They could only be slaughtered. For a moment, they fell into despair. Bai Lingling leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and said, Dying with you is the happiest thing in my life. I'm sorry, she silently said. I'm sorry. Luo Tian smiled softly and said, Why are you apologizing? Bai Lingling said, If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in the dispute of the House of Bai, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. All of this is because of me. I'm really sorry. If we didn't know each other, Luo Tian stopped her from continuing and said, Fool, every choice was made by me. I don't regret it. I, Luo Tian, never do anything that I regret. I don't regret knowing you. If I didn't know you, I would regret it." As he said, Luo Tian looked at the increasingly violent tremors. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, "And I didn't say that we would die here. Isn't it just a group of crazy demonic beasts?" Confident, very confident, Luo Tian smiled with incomparable confidence. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's confident smile and felt a little intoxicated. She felt that Luo Tian's shoulders were so big, so hard, and so safe. She could rely on him for a lifetime. This feeling made her infatuated. It was already at this time. She couldn't understand why Luo Tian was still so confident. In the entire house of Bai, other than Lindong, who had a little bit of Yuan Qi, he was the only one who could fight. Facing a group of crazy demonic beasts, what could he do? Could they prevent this disaster from befalling them? She didn't know, but she looked at Luo Tian's confident smile. She knew that Luo Tian would definitely lead them out of this hopeless situation. In an instant, Luo Tian's mouth curved slightly. He took a step forward and said with a smile, "The monsters are attacking the city, begging for monthly votes. Brothers, don't let old Bull's chrysanthemum bleed. There are still 2 more chapters to send tonight." Chapter 1119. At this moment, Luo Tian really needed experience. He didn't expect that Yin Wuliang would have a knockout drug that could attract demonic beasts. He didn't show it on his face. He laughed excitedly in his heart. "When I break through to the 6th level of the martial void realm, I will immediately fly to the city wall and take your lives." Experience. Luo Tian really needed experience. He was now in the 4th level of the martial void realm and was only a little bit away from the 5th level. If he wanted to fly to the city wall, he had to reach the 6th level of the martial void realm. The disciples of the house of Bai saw Luo Tian standing in front of them. They looked at each other and then stood behind Luo Tian. All of them were as firm as rocks. "Boss isn't afraid. What are we afraid of? With Boss Luo Tian here, nothing will be a problem. What's so scary about death? I will be a hero again in 18 years. Core. Luo Tian was their soul. From Lingyun City to Boundless City, Luo Tian had become their absolute backbone. As long as he didn't fall, even if they met with great danger, they would instantly pull themselves together. Luo Tian was their spiritual support. No matter what difficulties they faced, they were fearless. Luo Tian smiled gently. He was satisfied with the actions of the brothers of the House of Bai and said, "People should never despair at any time. As long as they don't die, there is hope. So what if we are blocked outside the city gate? So what if we face the overwhelming number of demonic beasts? Even if we fall into the 18th level of hell, we can't give up. All of you remember this. If you are afraid, you lose. In one's lifetime, if you are afraid, you lose." In the face of despair, in the face of any difficulties, it was the same. If you are afraid, you will lose. The brothers kept Luo Tian's words in their hearts. In the future, these words made them incomparably fierce, brave, and good at fighting. In the end, each and every one of them became a top-notch existence in the ancient continent. This was a story for later. However, at this moment, Luo Tian didn't want them to take risks, because they were too tired and their Yuan Qi was depleted. Rushing forward like this was akin to courting death. Courting death and being afraid were 2 completely different things. Luo Tian said, "By Xiong Lindong, lead all the disciples of the house of Bai to the city walls. Without my orders, no one is to take a step out. I want all of you to have a good rest. If you can recover some of your primordial qi, it will be good." They had to rest now. Without the support of Yuan Qi, his physical body would not be able to withstand it. Their battle with the demonic beasts would instead distract Luo Tian. Furthermore, Luo Tian wanted to monopolize all the experience of these demonic beasts. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through. Immediately after, Luo Tian then said, Ling, distribute all the pills I've refined over the past few days. Let them quickly recover their vitality. I want them all to return to their peak condition in one night. Bai Lingling was stunned and said, Those medicinal pills are your supplements. If you don't have any vitality, Bai Xiong also said, Boss, we don't need medicinal pills. Lin Dong was also puzzled. Many disciples of the house of Bai also said, Boss, we don't need medicinal pills. You can keep them for yourself. They all knew in their hearts that the Dantian to Luo Tian was his primordial qi. Facing the incomparably turbulent horde of demonic beasts, Luo Tian needed medicinal pills more than them. Luo Tian's voice became serious and said, I'm not giving you medicinal pills to simply let you recover. Tonight, you just need to properly recover your primordial qi. Tomorrow, I want all of you to fight with all your strength. Bai Lingling asked, To do what? The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly and said, Attack Boundless City. Huh. What? Ha ha ha. I like this idea, ha ha ha. I, Bai Xiong, am willing to be the first vanguard. I must wring that dog Deng Wumu's head off. Bai Xiong was instantly excited. Lin Dong was also excited and thought to himself, Following you really makes one's blood boil. None of them had thought of Luo Tian's plan. However, speaking of which, they only had about 50 people. Even if these people were all at the martial void realm, they probably wouldn't be a match for Boundless City, let alone take down Boundless City. Furthermore, Boundless City, Lord Yin Wuliang, was an expert of the Tai Yen realm. They weren't confident either. However, it was still Luo Tian's words. If you were afraid, you would lose. Luo Tian looked at everyone and smiled. Don't worry, tomorrow I will definitely lead you to take down Boundless City. He had a plan long ago. In an instant, Luo Tian turned around and looked at the disciples of the House of Bai, then turned his head to look at the demonic beasts that were already charging over, and said, Do as I say. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the darkness, heading straight for the demonic beasts. Bai Lingling's heart tightened, and she secretly said, You must be careful. On the city wall, Deng Wumu didn't hear Luo Tian's words. He only saw Luo Tian rushing out alone, and couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully, Luo Tian, no matter how strong you are, no matter how many divine artifacts you cultivate, you won't be a match for these demonic beasts. Sigh, what a pity. If only it was daytime, I would be able to see you being trampled by the demonic beasts and crawling on the ground like a dead dog. Not long after, Yin Wuliang brought the 50-year-old wine back to the city wall. He lowered his head and glanced at the disciples of the house of Bai sitting around the city wall, and couldn't help but ask, Where's that brat, Luo Tian? Don't tell me he abandoned the disciples of the house of Bai and ran away alone? Deng Wumu smiled and said, He rushed towards the demonic beasts alone. I think he's already in a fight, and those demonic beasts might have already destroyed his anus. Ha ha ha! Yin Wuliang was stunned, and then he laughed out loud. His brain must be rusty. Why didn't he run away in such a situation? Why did he fight with the demonic beasts? There are more than 10,000 demonic beasts within 1,000 kilometers. Not to mention him, even a master at the peak of Grand Yin wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, Yin Wuliang glanced at the disciples of the house of Bai who were meditating below the city wall, and couldn't help but sneer. Since that brat has left, then we'll kill his brothers one by one. Deng Wumu was about to nod and agree, but then he remembered that the house of Bai still had the most beautiful woman in Lingyun City, Bai Lingling. Wasn't she the best present for Yin Wuliang? Then he smiled wickedly and said, Uncle Wuliang, there's a beauty among the disciples of the house of Bai. She's the most beautiful woman in Lingyun City. It wouldn't be good if we hurt her in the dark. I still want to capture her personally and give her to you as a concubine of the 13th house. This little beauty is very tempting. Hearing this, Yin Wuliang immediately dismissed the idea of attacking the disciples of the House of Bai. He swallowed his saliva and smiled wickedly. Ha ha ha! Nephew Wumu, you're so considerate. Then he lowered his head and searched for a while, but because it was too dark he couldn't see clearly. Deng Wumu smiled and said, "After tonight, that brat Luo Tian will be dead, and there won't be anything left of his face left. This bunch of people from the House of Bai will be able to take it down in minutes. Then we'll capture that beauty by lingling for you and let you have a good time. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Yin Wuliang raised his wine cup and said with a smile, "Come drink." On Luo Tian's side, there wasn't much prenatal qi left in his body. Moreover, just this morning, because the ancient tree had reached the time to absorb prenatal qi, his prenatal qi value had instantly decreased by 100,000 points. He only had a few tens of thousands of prenatal qi left in his body. However, this was enough for him. Rumble, roar, roar. On the road in the wilderness, there were demon beasts everywhere. When they saw Luo Tian, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes lit up, male and female alike. Their bodies were incomparably hot, and that kind of heat needed to be vented through killing. When they saw humans, they became even more ferocious. Luo Tian stood in the middle of the road and gently exhaled. Phew! The first one to rush up was an armored wild boar the size of a small mountain. Its two tusks were half an arm's length, its mouth was sharp, and its body was covered with thick, armored fur. It carried the most primitive and brutal force as it fiercely pounced down. Luo Tian remained motionless like a mountain. He raised his eyes slightly and shouted in a deep voice, "God explosion!" A ripple of power shot out from his body. In that instant, Luo Tian moved as fast as lightning, and with a heavy charge, he fiercely leaned forward. The power of a level 4 Martial Void stage exploded, and directly knocked the iron-armored wild boar over. He also instantly entered the army of demon beasts, and the moment his body was surrounded by the demon beasts, a thundercloud appeared in the dark sky. Purple thundercloud. Luo Tian moved and shouted heavily, "Purple thunder art, explode for me!" Crackle, 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 crackle. Thick purple lightning raged down, turning everything in its path into ashes. The demon beasts of the third rank and below were all killed in an instant. The ones at the front were only the first and second rank demon beasts, and the powerful demon beasts were all at the back. Luo Tian cleared out a large number of demon beasts with one move, and the system beep in his mind also exploded. The only thing that was lacking was that the level of these demon beasts was too low. The experience was not much. After killing a large number of them, the demon beasts became even crazier as they charged forward. Luo Tian did not dodge or retreat. Holding the heavenly sword in his hand, he killed his way forward. Behind him, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. His body was dyed red, and his blood was thirsty, condensing into a thick layer of blood-colored armor. Barbaric charge, Buddha's fury Vajra, God explosion, divine fire. Thunder beast, 60 million volts, break for me. An incomparably arrogant thunder beast charged forward in a straight line, causing all the demon beasts on the road to be in chaos. Some died, some were injured, and the incomparably powerful demon beast army was completely destroyed by Luo Tian alone. Yin Wuliang and Deng Wumu, who were on the city wall, could not sit still, although they did not know what had happened. There was one thing that they were very clear about, and that was that Luo Tian did not die. They were still fighting nonstop. This made Yin Wuliang extremely unhappy. "You dog, you are very good at fighting, aren't you? I want to see how good you are. Pass down my orders. Ignite 10 barrels of demon beast souls for me. I want to attract all the demon beasts within 10,000 kilometers. I want to see how long you can last." 2 in 1 chapter. When I get home tomorrow, I will resume updating 3 chapters. If I have enough time, I will write 5 chapters, the last few chapters of March. Brothers, can you let Old Bull see your monthly votes? Chapter 11:20. They didn't expect Luo Tian to still be alive, and he was having so much fun killing them. This ignited Yin Wuliang's anger. How could he let this go? Since you like to kill, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Let's see how long you can kill and how many you can kill. Yin Wuliang snorted and immediately ordered the hesitant guards who were preparing to use the knockout powder. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do as I say." City Lord, I'm afraid that the 10 barrels of beast souls will attract those high-level demonic beasts from the immeasurable mountain range. At that time, even if that brat dies, our immeasurable city won't be able to withstand it. Yes. City Lord, please reconsider. At best, Boundless City was just a city of a gold rank organization, even if there was a wall that was tens of meters high. But once this kind of wall encountered a high-level demon beast, it would be like sand and would be destroyed in an instant. It simply couldn't resist and couldn't provide any form of defense. Deng Wumu furrowed his brows as he thought about what happened to Luo Tian in Lingyun City. He had an ominous premonition and said, "Uncle Wuliang, why are you in such a hurry? It's not good for us to attract high-level demonic beasts. Why don't we catch them off guard tomorrow morning?" "Humph." Yin Wuliang snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Are you scared?" Deng Wumu immediately said, "Scared? What am I scared of? I'm scared of attracting powerful beasts and causing unnecessary damage to your immeasurable city." "Then don't worry about it. I just want to see how long that kid can last." Yin Wuliang didn't change his decision. He just wanted to see Luo Tian get trampled to death by those beasts. Only by using such a cruel method could he vent the anger in his heart. Only then could he avenge his nephew, Yin Feng, who he treated like a son. Immediately, Yin Wuliang shouted, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Do it now." The guards didn't dare to disobey and immediately ignited the knockout powder. At the same time, their faces became tense. Smoke rose into the sky. The white smoke on the city wall quickly dissipated and spread out in the air at lightning speed. In less than a minute, it had spread over tens of thousands of kilometers. It was also at this time immeasurable cities' residents walked out of their houses one after another. What happened? Smoke is rising from the city walls. Could it be that immeasurable city lord is igniting beast souls to attract those demonic beasts? What is he trying to do by igniting 10 barrels at once? Could it be that the demonic beasts destroyed Boundless City? Some of the citizens became nervous. Some cultivators quickly moved closer to the city wall to find out what had happened. Below the city wall, Bai Lingling watched as the white smoke on the city walls increased. Her expression turned sinister as she said, "Boundless City's lord is too treacherous, igniting so many beast-baiting souls in one go. Who knows what kind of demonic beasts will be attracted over?" Furthermore, 3 days ago at the Boundless sect, Luo Tian released a powerful force to fight against the Soul Splitter Spirit King's attack. It must have awakened some of the sleeping behemoths. If these powerful beasts are attracted, then no. Then, Bai Lingling frowned and said, "Luo Tian still doesn't know what happened. I have to go tell him." His heart became even more worried. However, just as she was about to go look for Luo Tian, Lin Dong blocked her path and said, "Sister-in-law, boss will definitely notice the increase in the smoke. If you go look for him now, you will only cause him unnecessary trouble. Boss will definitely be able to do it alone. We will do as boss says. There are still important things waiting for us tomorrow." At this time, Bai Xiong also walked up and said, "Lin Dong is right, sister. We can't distract boss. We have already made him worry enough. I believe boss can definitely do it. Even if he meets a powerful demonic beast, he can deal with it. If we go over, we will only cause trouble for him." Bai Lingling anxiously stomped her feet and said, "Then we have to do something, right? Am I just going to watch him fight alone? That's an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. just him alone. Bai Xiong was silent. Lin Dong was also silent. Indeed, Luo Tian was dealing with an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts alone. They had to do something, right? After a few seconds, Lin Dong's eyes flashed, and he said, "The only thing we can do now is to recover our vitality and physical strength as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we will be able to share more of the burden with Boss." After saying that, Lin Dong turned to look at the disciples of the House of Bai and said, "Boss has bought us a night's time. Then we can't let this night go to waste. We must recover our vitality in one night." Bai Xiong grabbed Bai Lingling's arm and said, "Sister, don't worry. Boss will definitely be fine." Worried, very worried, under the pitch-black night sky, in the depths of the immeasurable mountain range, there were heart-throbbing roars one after another. These roars caused the entire night to become restless, causing the demonic beasts that rushed out first to reveal timid eyes. It also caused the residents of a measurable city to panic. At the same time, Yin Wuliang also felt a lingering fear from his crazy actions just now, but things had already reached this point, and he didn't show a trace of regret. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "Let's see how good you are at fighting." On Luo Tian's side, he continued to kill, and his experience points also skyrocketed. However, after killing a few demonic beasts, some low-level demonic beasts were trembling all over, and their eyes were trembling. They were obviously afraid. Under the stimulation of the beast soul luring drug, they should be in a frenzy, so why were they afraid? Luo Tian was very sure that these demonic beasts weren't afraid of him. It was also at this time he heard a few incomparably arrogant roars coming from the depths of the mountain. These were the roars of demonic beasts of rank 6 and above. His heart immediately tightened, and he thought to himself, F*CK, Yin Wuliang, you dog, you're really ruthless. You even dared to attract rank 6 demonic beasts. Aren't you afraid that a measurable city won't be able to withstand these demonic beasts? The anger in his heart instantly ignited. This was definitely putting him to death. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. He looked at the experienced slot, his brows twitched, and an extremely savage look appeared in his eyes as he said, "You want to put me to death, right? Then let's see who dies first." Immediately after, Luo Tian took a step forward and roared heavily, "Purple Thunder Method, explode for me!" Crackle, 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 crackle. Within the minefield, all the rank 3 demonic beasts were killed. The system beep continued to sound out. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud sound rang out. Ding! Thank you to whose family, other than me, for the 1888 reward and support. Thank you. Chapter 1121. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Martial Void level 5. It was time to receive the system reward again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system reward and obtaining the Angel of Judgment transformation card. Angel of Judgment. Luo Tian was slightly stunned because this name was somewhat familiar. At this time, Luo Tian was a little excited in his heart and secretly said, "Could it be it can't be? Is it really? It must be, it must be. If it is, then it's really too awesome, right? My little heart can't take it anymore." He thought of a character in a game. If it was that character, then it was really he didn't dare to think further, because he was worried that his heart couldn't take it. He originally thought that the system's reward would only be those superheroes in Hollywood movies, such as Hulk, Superman, Thor, and so on. But in those superheroes in Hollywood movies, there was no one called Angel of Judgment. Without a doubt, this was definitely not one of those superheroes in the movies. Luo Tian opened the system excitedly and looked at the transformation card that was rewarded just now. He didn't dare to look at it. His thoughts were like eyes squinting into a slit. He slowly opened it and slowly saw the golden card floating in his mind. Golden card. Damn! The golden light was shining. The first feeling that Luo Tian had was that this card was somewhat different from the previous transformation cards. Immediately, when he saw the character on the card, he directly jumped up on the spot and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, ha ha ha. Cool, too cool, too cool. I didn't expect to get the transformation card of the Angel of Judgment Kel in LOL. Can't I transform into the Angel of Judgment? Can't I judge everything? Whether it was right or wrong. He could judge everything. The most important point was, the Angel of Judgment had a big move. This big move was to be invincible for a few seconds. In the primordial continent, he was bound by the laws of the primordial plane. Even a god could not kill him. This kind of transformation card made Luo Tian's blood boil. It was as if he had climaxed dozens of times. His blood was boiling. He grinned excitedly and said malevolently, "Immeasurable City Lord, you want to see me die, right? Just you wait. Just wash your ass and wait for me." Kill. After the upgrade, although he was a little tired physically, Luo Tian's injuries and all his attributes had recovered. Even the cooldown of his skills had ended in an instant. Other than Hulk and Thor's transformation card, which had a cooldown of 10 days, Luo Tian's attributes had recovered. The transformation card was not a skill, so it would not be changed by leveling up. Luo Tian chuckled and clenched his fists tightly. He took a step forward for more than 10 meters and slightly felt the power of a 5th-level martial void realm. He laughed arrogantly and shouted, "Divine explosion!" Buzz, attribute, strength doubled. In that instant, he did not care about anything else and only cared about rushing into the place where the demon beasts were gathered. He attracted all the so-called hatred of the demon beasts and then roared, "Purple thunder technique! Purple thunder, descend for me!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. An incomparably strong purple thunder swept out, directly killing all the level 3 demon beasts. Even the few level 4 demon beasts were blasted to critical health. At this time, the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand erupted with a cold light. The sword chi was like a rainbow. With a thrust of the sword chi swept across the area and killed all the demon beasts with critical health. There was another series of explosions in the system. Ding! Congratulations to the player! Ding! Congratulations to the player! Ding! The explosions did not stop. This feeling was indescribably good. Apart from feeling great, Luo Tian's interspatial ring was filled with materials from demonic beasts at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were not worth much, but they were the best materials for him to improve his smithing art. Then again, if he wanted to nurture a force, it was not enough to be strong. He had to have enough assets. To support a force with assets, this was an indispensable preparation for any force. Since Luo Tian planned to build a force that surpassed the king, then he had to start from a young age. These materials would be his first bucket of gold for the house of Bai to rise. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang narrowed his eyes. He could not see clearly, but he could feel that Luo Tian was still not dead. However, at this time he was not worried. This was because he could feel that there were some huge monsters in the depths of the immeasurable mountain range that had been angered by the aura of the beast spirit. They were awakening and were charging towards Immeasurable City like crazy. They would definitely tear Luo Tian into pieces. Once a person went crazy, they would not care about the consequences. Yin Wuliang was this kind of lunatic. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He wanted to see Luo Tian being trampled by thousands of beasts like a dog, not only because Luo Tian killed his nephew, but also because Luo Tian made him extremely unhappy. As a graduate of the Cloud Mist College, he had controlled Immeasurable City for decades. No one had dared to be arrogant in front of him. Luo Tian was the first. So, he wanted Luo Tian to die. Deng Wumu's expression was calm, but he was laughing in his heart. He never thought that Yin Wuliang was this kind of lunatic. He actually ignited 10 buckets of beast spirits. This way, even if Luo Tian had the sky-piercing ability, he would not be a match for a rank 6 demon beast. He would definitely die. Once he died, the matter of the mysterious sky soul-absorbing pill would not be exposed. Then his Deng family would not have any worries. As for how Luo Tian died and who killed him, he did not care at all. Then there was Immeasurable City. This city was much more prosperous than Lingyun City. If the high-level demon beasts broke through, this city would become a dead city. Then, for the Deng family, it would be another place to rise up. At that time, Immeasurable City would also be under the control of the Deng family. If they continued to develop, in another 10 or 20 years, not to mention a gold force, even a platinum force would not be impossible. Laugh. Deng Wumu was laughing in his heart, abnormally excited. Looking at the pitch-black night, looking at the place where the lightning struck, Deng Wumu laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, I really have to thank you. Ha ha ha. Today, when you die and Immeasurable City is broken, then this place will belong to my Deng family. Ha ha ha, roar. Woo, all of a sudden, at the foot of the immeasurable mountain range, a demon beast bigger than a mountain stretched out its huge head. Rocks rolled down. The surrounding low-level demon beasts all prostrated on the ground, so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Roar! With a roar towards the sky, a super-strong shockwave swept over like a hurricane, directly flipping the demon beasts on the road over. At this time, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, and his heart trembled as he thought to himself, It has appeared, boss! Chapter 11:22. It appeared. The beast that was bigger than a mountain was emitting a golden light. Although it wasn't blinding, it wasn't hard to tell from the golden light that it was a boss. When Luo Tian discovered it, Boundless City, which was dozens of kilometers away, also discovered it. Giant stone demon. This demonic beast is at least of the 6th rank. Heavens, he actually attracted a level 6 beast. Even a Grand Yen expert wouldn't be able to deal with such a beast. The city lord is only at the early stage of Grand Yen. Can he be a match for it? Panic. Even more panic. They started to hate the city, lord of Boundless City. They had already been oppressed by Yin Wuliang all these years. Now he actually attracted a level 6 beast. Wasn't he taking the lives of tens of millions of Boundless City citizens as a joke? Even some of the faction's branches were extremely dissatisfied with Yin Wuliang. What the hell is Yin Wuliang doing? If he wasn't a graduate of Cloud Mist College, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. I say, Elder Chen, this time the two of us came to Boundless City to bring the disciples who passed the first round to Cloud Mist City for the second round. I don't think we can bring any of them with us. I'm afraid we can't even leave this place directly. Sigh, we are really unlucky to have been assigned to such a damned place, let alone the contribution points. Even if we return to the Cloud Mist Academy alive, it would already be considered good if they don't deduct our contribution points. At Boundless City's Cloud Mist College branch, because it was slightly closer to Cloud Mist College, there wasn't a teleportation formation set up. The two outer sect stewards who rushed here didn't expect such a thing to happen less than a day after arriving in Boundless City. They didn't even have time to gather the disciples who passed the first round. Their cultivation was only at the early stage of Grand Yen. They were very clear about the strength of a level 6 beast. They were no match for it. Moreover, the worst thing was that they probably couldn't escape at this time. The 10 barrels of beast souls had already pushed Boundless City into a desperate situation. We have to do something, right? What can we do? It's too late to do anything now. Let's just leave it to fate. We're Cloud Mist College's external affairs stewards, after all. We can't leave these commoners alone. Let's do our last bit of strength to live up to our identities. Since Elder Chin says so, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. The two elders walked to the street and rushed towards the north of the city. At the same time, in the Boundless City, Lord's Mansion, the guards and generals were also rapidly assembling their guards. The army was also rushing towards the North City. However, the city was in complete chaos. People were burning, killing, looting, and crying for help. It had completely turned into a city of chaos. On the city wall, cold sweat appeared on Yin Wuliang's forehead. Things were getting out of his control. The guards kept reporting to him about what was happening in the city. None of them were good news. This made him hate Luo Tian even more. Now it was no longer as simple as killing his nephew and agreeing to help Deng Wumu kill Luo Tian. All these developments had no effect on the disciples of the House of Bai who were focused on recovering their vitality and stamina. They were fully immersed in it. Lin Dong and Bai Xiong explained the situation. They were all thinking of recovering their vitality as soon as possible, because there would be a big battle waiting for them tomorrow morning. In the distance, the giant stone demon kept getting closer and closer. Its long stone arms swept out. Walala, walala! A mountain peak that was thousands of meters tall was instantly cut in half. Huge rocks rolled down. With a casual grab, he grabbed a rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms and threw it heavily. Whoosh! It whistled through the air like a comet, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. It was like flames created by friction as it tore through the air. This power was inconceivably strong, and the boulder fell right in front of all heaven. Luo Tian's eyes widened. At this time, he didn't think much and ran away. He cursed. Damn, it can even attack from a distance. Rumble. Rumble. The huge rock fell heavily, creating a huge pit and splashing out tens of thousands of feet of rubble. Those rubble were like fragments of a bomb. They flew out and directly killed all the surrounding demon beasts. The seemingly incomparably hard steel-armored demon beasts were directly turned into a pile of meat paste under the careful rubble. They were instantly killed. Hundreds of demon beasts were instantly killed. Damn! You! Inexplicably, Luo Tian was furious. These demon beasts were all experience and vitality. Luo Tian still needed them to advance to the 6th level of the martial void realm, but a large number of them were instantly killed by the giant stone demon. Wasn't this cutting off his path to wealth? How could he endure this? How could he not be angry? It was like finding a very good place to level up in a game. A warrior killed one with a blade and was having a lot of fun. However, who would have thought that a high-level mage would suddenly appear and cast a group attack spell, killing a large number of them? You could only stare. How could he endure this? When encountering such a thing in the game, Luo Tian would always pretend that nothing had happened. Then he would secretly follow and kill him with a blade. This was not a game. The giant stone monster was also not a player. However, if it continued like this, Luo Tian would not have any chance to break through to the 6th level of the martial void realm. At this moment, the giant stone demon raised an even larger rock and threw it with both hands. It drew a perfect arc and specifically smashed towards the place where the demon beasts were concentrated. Damn! It's coming again, it's coming again. My experience, my vitality, damn it. I'm angry. Luo Tian could no longer endure it. Looking at the corpses of the demon beasts, he was incomparably furious. He turned around and changed his direction, charging towards the giant stone demon with all his strength. The giant stone demon also noticed Luo Tian. It, who was originally awakened by the beast's soul, became even angrier when it saw a human of the martial void realm daring to charge towards it. It pounded its chest with its stone arms and roared towards the sky, letting out a series of roars that resounded for thousands of miles. Immediately after, with a push of its legs, its mountain-like body flew into the air and pressed down towards Luo Tian. It was truly the pressure of Mount Tai. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yin Wuliang, who was on the city wall, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, prepare to become a pile of meat paste. Deng Wumu also smiled slightly and said, This time you're dead for sure. Luo Tian was a huge problem for the Deng family. Once Luo Tian died, the Deng family would be free of worries. At this moment, the guards and some warriors on the city wall, as well as the 2 outer court stewards of the Cloud Mist College, all tensed up. Under the body of the 6th level giant stone demon, even the peak of the Taiyan realm would not have a chance of survival. Luo Tian did not dodge. Looking at the figures that covered the sky, Luo Tian frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "God explosion!" Twice the attributes were activated. He shouted again, "Bewitching light, become my battle pet!" It's a new week. The old cow is begging for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Chapter 11:23. The light of enticement was unleashed. An electric net descended from the sky, directly binding the giant stone demon. Could he succeed? To be honest, Luo Tian wasn't sure either. However, if he succeeded, this guy would be the most advantageous weapon for him to break through Boundless City. At that time, no matter how high the city walls were, this guy would be able to break through them in one move. If he didn't succeed, Gudong. Luo Tian didn't think about it. He only wanted to succeed in one move. He didn't leave himself a way out. If he didn't succeed, then he might be crushed into a meat patty. He secretly prayed in his heart, "God, bless me." Wung, crackle, crackle. After the electric net wrapped around the giant stone demon, the sound of static electricity kept ringing out. During this period of time, the giant stone demon's body was still pressing down rapidly. Seeing that it was about to be pressed down, Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly, and his heart sank. Damn, these are dead for sure! It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning. What a beautiful system beep. If he did not hear the beep, Luo Tian would have instantly used the Angel of Judgment's Invincible War. At the very least, he had to save his life first. Fortunately, he endured it well and did not use it, otherwise it would have been a waste. Immediately after, Luo Tian was very worried that the giant stone demon would not be able to stop. The idea moved and immediately ordered, "Clean up all the surrounding demon beasts for me." Roar, the giant stone monster wanted to resist, but Luo Tian's order seemed to be controlling its brain. No matter how hard it tried to resist, it was useless. Its body was not under its control. As soon as Luo Tian gave the order, the giant stone monster rolled over. Its two long stone arms fiercely smashed down, causing a large number of demon beasts to fall to the ground. Then it stomped its 2 feet heavily, causing those injured demon beasts to fly up into the air. Then it swung its right arm, causing those injured demon beasts to fly away. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! Walala! The system's voice boomed. It sounded as if it had eaten stride, and it couldn't be stopped. Luo Tian sat on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I succeeded. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with him. This guy is really too strong. I just don't know." Luo Tian thought about unlocking the blood spirit force of the 4 mythological beasts in his body. Last time he didn't succeed because the blood spirit force wasn't strong enough. This giant stone demon was at the peak of the 6th rank. Luo Tian wondered if he could get the blood spirit force if he killed him. If it dropped, would he be able to unlock the seal of the 4 mythological beasts? Yi Yunmeng needed the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. Luo Tian had promised her. He wanted to unseal the bloodline seal in his body as soon as possible so that he could give her a big present when he went to Misty Cloud City. Rumble! Rumble! The giant stone demon went crazy and rampaged, killing the surrounding beasts one by one. In just a few minutes, the name floating above its head turned green. The battle pet had leveled up. This was something that only Luo Tian could see. No one else could see it. Boundless City. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open as he suddenly looked at the giant stone demon in the distance. He was extremely puzzled and asked, "What exactly happened? Why didn't the giant stone demon press down? It actually killed all the surrounding beasts. What exactly happened? Who can tell me?" Deng Wumu's expression also changed. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this is another new cultivation technique that Luo Tian is cultivating? Isn't the battle pet that he can summon that fire Kirin? How can he summon a 6th rank beast? Even a sorcerer can't do that, right? He didn't say. He didn't dare to say. Because, once he said it, Yin Wuliang would definitely vent his anger on him. After all, he didn't tell him too much about Luo Tian. Moreover, his understanding of Luo Tian only stopped at half a month ago. What happened in this half a month? Did Luo Tian have some kind of fortuitous encounter again? He really didn't know. But he really wanted to know. Ha ha ha! If this 6th-rank stone demon continues to kill, then Boundless City won't be in too much danger. What exactly is this kid's background? Why didn't the giant stone demon press down just now? What exactly did he do? Could it be that he can communicate with the beasts? The guards and warriors on the city wall all didn't know how Luo Tian did it just now. Even the 2 stewards of the Cloud Mist Academy were stunned. They had seen all kinds of mysterious cultivation techniques, but they had never seen such a strange cultivation technique. It couldn't be understood with common sense. Qin Dongfeng looked into the distance and muttered to himself, I wonder if this brat participated in the Cloud Mist Academy's test. If he did, then we've really picked up a treasure on this trip to Boundless City. I just heard that he came out of the Boundless Mountain Range and is from a fleeing family. Since he's from a fleeing family, then they definitely didn't have time to participate in the first round of the selection. I just don't know what his talent is like. If it's superior, then he doesn't need to participate in any selection and can directly become a student of Cloud Mist College. At that time, we'll get 100 contribution points. Ha 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 ha. Qin Dongfeng couldn't help but get excited. 100 contribution points was definitely a lot for them. But seeing Yin Wuliang's angry expression, their hearts sank. It's too early to be happy. We also don't know if he's dead or alive. Maybe he was killed by the giant stone demon? The giant stone demon's actions are indeed abnormal, but no one can be sure that it was under that kid's orders. Their hearts sank to the bottom at once. Elder Qin, why don't we go down and take a look? Just as he finished speaking, Yin Wuliang immediately said, Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the city. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Dongfeng's eyes turned ferocious. He shouted angrily, Yin Wuliang, don't be too presumptuous. Look at what you've done to Boundless City. If it weren't for your teacher, we would have already. Yin Wuliang rudely interrupted him. So what? Do you think the 2 of you can touch me? Don't forget that this is my territory. Even if you're a dragon, you still have to bow down. Humph. Shut up, since you know my teacher's identity. If you dare to talk about leaving the city again, don't blame me for being rude. He didn't give them any face at all. Qin Dongfeng's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists. If it weren't for the people beside him holding him back, he would have rushed up to fight Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang stared into the distance. I don't believe that 10 buckets of beast souls will only attract one 6th-rank beast. Chapter 11:24. The effects of the beast soul lure were still spreading. The army of monsters was also increasing. When the giant stone demon attacked those monsters naturally also attacked the giant stone demon crazily. However, compared to rank 4 and rank 3 demonic beasts, the attacks of these low-level demonic beasts were like tickles to it, completely ineffective. With the giant stone demon, Luo Tian was very relaxed. However, he did not stay idle and summoned the fire Qilin as well. Killing demonic beasts was the best way to absorb essence qi. The ancient tree was a bottomless pit, and if he wanted to nurture it, he had to prepare an unlimited amount of essence qi. Compared to before, the fire Kirin's attack had increased by a lot. His HP had also increased a little. Luo Tian held the heavenly sword in one hand. On his left was the fire Kirin, and on his right was the giant stone demon. The 2 extremely sharp battle pets ran amok like crabs. They walked sideways in a very domineering manner. Wherever they went, there were only corpses of wild beasts. However, there were too many monsters, so many that he couldn't kill them all. Luo Tian was very excited, but he was also secretly worried in his heart. These low-level monsters were indeed not a threat to him, but they had exhausted his physical strength. This kind of thing in the body was not something that could be recovered just by leveling up. It needed time to rest and fill its stomach to recover. This can't go on. After instantly killing a rank 3 demonic beast, Luo Tian's heavenly sword moved, stabbing at another demonic beast with low HP. He then looked at the increasing number of demonic beasts around him. This was the first time Luo Tian had been afraid of so many demonic beasts. No, I have to find a place to rest. Otherwise, I will die of exhaustion, Luo Tian said in his heart. He locked onto a direction and sent an order to the Fire Kirin and the Giant Stone Demon. Clear a path for me to the left. Walala, roar. The 2 super battle pets quickly opened up a path like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves. Luo Tian maintained his physical strength and followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Luo Tian arrived at a concave mountain pass, surrounded by huge rocks. It was a natural barrier. I need to recover as soon as possible. If he fought for an entire night, his stamina would not be able to keep up, and he would not be able to exert his full strength in the siege tomorrow. You too, attract all the demonic beasts here and kill them all. The order was passed down. Luo Tian walked to a corner and immediately sat down cross-legged. On the way here, he casually picked up a few pieces of bloody demonic beast meat. He didn't care that it was raw meat and just ate it, swallowing the blood essence of the demonic beast. The blood essence of demonic beasts had a very strong replenishing effect. It can quickly replenish physical strength. His stamina was recovering. The battle pets were still fighting. His experience and vitality were also slowly increasing. Time was also slowly passing. Wisps of light appeared in the east. This marked the beginning of a new day. Boundless City was still intact. Not even a single demonic beast could get close, because before they could, they were killed by the 2 super battle pets. This also bought enough time for Bai Lingling and the others to recover their vitality, in addition to the pills that Luo Tian refined. After one night, their stamina and vitality had mostly recovered. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang was getting more and more annoyed. He was getting more and more confused. Not even a single demonic beast managed to reach Boundless City. They were all killed by the 2 demonic beasts. What was going on? The warriors on the city wall, the guards, even the civilians in the city who were slowly calming down were discussing. What exactly happened outside the city? Who was protecting them? In any case, they knew that this was definitely not something done by the Boundless City Lord, because they all knew very well that the Boundless City Lord was the one who gave the order to ignite the demonic beast bait. He did not care about their lives at all. In their hearts, they hated the city Lord very much. The fiery red sun slowly rose. The realization became clear. The medicinal properties of the demonic beast bait slowly dissipated, and the number of demonic beasts decreased. Yin Wuliang stood on the city wall, his gaze constantly searching, but he could not see Luo Tian's figure. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered. I thought you were very powerful, but you're still dead. Ha ha ha! Dang Wumu also laughed happily. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demonic beasts, but he did not see Luo Tian. He must be dead. It was impossible for him to still be alive. He did not appear again in the latter half of the night. It was obvious that he was definitely not in this world. Qin Dongfeng sighed heavily and said with a bitter smile, What a good seedling, it's gone just like that. What a pity. Sai, Elder Qin, let's go. We haven't slept all night. Let's have a good rest today, and do what we need to do tomorrow. And let's go. Suddenly, someone on the city wall said, Look, someone is walking towards us. As soon as the voice faded, the city wall suddenly fell silent as everyone looked over. Because it was too far away, they couldn't see who that person was. However, it was just a person. There were no demonic beasts or battle pets. Yin Wuliang sneered and said, It's just a passerby. He was sure that Luo Tian could not be alive. Even he couldn't survive. The figure was getting closer and closer. Under the morning sun, that person's body was glowing red, as if he was wearing a red dress. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from below the city wall. "It's him." Next, the disciples of the house of Bai all stood up and stood in a row. Their eyes were filled with respect, admiration, and gratitude. At the same time, their fighting spirit began to burn slowly. A new day had arrived. The siege was about to begin. "He's not dead. It's Luo Tian." Deng Wumu could hardly believe his eyes. He craned his neck and stuck his head out to look at the figure on the road. The person he wanted to get rid of even in his dreams. This was a big problem for the Deng family. He wished he could eat Luo Tian's flesh and drink his blood. He gritted his teeth. Why is he still alive? Yin Wuliang was also angry at himself. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. So many demonic beasts couldn't kill Luo Tian. How many lives did this kid have? However, Yin Wuliang's face also became gloomy. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. He snorted and said loudly, "If I were you, I would run as far as I can and never come back. I didn't expect you to come here to die." Luo Tian walked to the foot of the city wall. He didn't even look at Yin Wuliang. He filled his voice with vitality and said loudly, "Yin Wuliang, you are so vicious. You attracted so many demonic beasts and abandoned the people of the city for your own selfish desires. You don't deserve to be the city lord." Yin Wuliang was stunned and couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "I don't deserve to be the city lord. Do you want to be the city lord?" Luo Tian curled his lips and said, "Yes. From today onwards, you are no longer the city lord of Wuliang City." Yin Wuliang laughed loudly and said, "Are you talking in your sleep? You are overestimating yourself." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "House of Bai disciples, prepare to attack the city." Chapter 11:25. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle prowess of the house of Bai's disciples soared. Bai Xiong gave a silly smile and said, "Boss, we've already prepared." Lindong frowned and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Boss, such a high wall. With our current cultivation, we can't rush up at all." Indeed, if they wanted to fly up the dozens of meters high wall, unless they reached the 6th level of the martial void realm, it would be impossible to rush up. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Later, you guys will walk into the city like you're walking on the main road. Be careful and try not to hurt the innocent. We still have to settle down in Wuliang City. If they killed too many people, it would definitely arouse the disgust of many people. If they wanted to establish a foothold in a place, they had to unite all forces. At the very least, they had to let the people at the bottom live a good life." Bai Xiong was shocked and said, "Boss, what idea do you have?" Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "You'll know later." After he finished speaking, Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the guards and warriors on the city wall and said, "Today, Yin Wuliang and Deng Wumu must die. I don't want to hurt the innocent. Quickly leave the city wall. The city wall will become a pile of ruins in a while. Don't become Yin Wuliang's cannon fodder. Today he will definitely die. I, Luo Tian, will do what I say." "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Trash like you want to attack my city? Trash like you can't even climb up the city, let alone attack it. How are you going to attack it?" Yin Wuliang laughed loudly, as if he had heard an incomparably funny joke. This was simply impossible. Deng Wumu also sneered, "Luo Tian, who do you think you are? You think you can kill whoever you want? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Last night, you hid in the dog's hole and escaped death. Today, you still dare to appear humph. I think you're sleeping on the floor next to the latrine. You're not far from death." While the two of them were talking, there was a commotion on the city wall. The reason they were standing on the city walls was because Luo Tian had attracted the beast tide. They were standing here because they wanted to protect their home, Boundless City. When they heard what Luo Tian said, they also had doubts in their hearts. At the same time, they were also doubtful. Could Luo Tian's 50-odd people take down the impregnable Boundless City? Furthermore, they couldn't even fly up the city walls. How could they attack the city? How could he kill Yin Wuliang and Deng Wumu? If they retreated from the city walls at this time, it would mean that they had offended Yin Wuliang. Offending the city lord of Boundless City wouldn't be easy in the future, just as everyone was considering. Qin Dongfeng said loudly, "The city lord treats our lives like dirt. Why should we protect him? Kid, if you can kill him, I'll be the first to support you as the new city lord." With that said, he led the way down. With someone taking the lead, some martial artists immediately followed. No matter what, Luo Tian had saved Immeasurable City before. If not for him, Boundless City would probably have already become a dead city. It would be impossible to resist so many demonic beast armies. Then, more and more martial artists followed down the city walls. Yin Wuliang's expression became even uglier. His gaze was cold as he snorted and said, "I don't need trash to help me defend the city. You want to overturn the heavens with a mere 50 people? Luo Tian, I'll stand here and see how you break through my city." The people had already lost their hearts. If not for the fear of the city lord, even the guards beside him would have left. Yin Wuliang's brutality made the citizens of Immeasurable City hate him very much. Seeing this situation, Luo Tian smiled. In the beginning, Luo Tian only had a 40% chance. If the entire city resisted, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. But now he had an 80% chance of taking down Immeasurable City. He looked up at the sky and whispered in his heart, "Uncle Bai Chi, bless us! Immeasurable City will be our first base. The house of Bai will rise here. I want the name of the house of Bai to resound throughout the ancient continent. I want the name of the house of Bai to resound throughout the entire central continent within a month." In an instant, Luo Tian's brows twitched, and the idea sent an order, "Attack!" Crack, 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 rumble, rumble, the sound of a huge rock rolling. It was incomparably heavy, as if a stone door weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was slowly being pushed open. Following that, an incomparably huge rock was lifted into the air. The moment Luo Tian's idea sent out an order, the huge rock suddenly flew up, turning into a perfect arc. It smashed towards the city wall with incomparable precision. The huge rock was like a small mountain. It cut through the air and pressed down with an incomparably hot aura. At the same time, the giant stone demon's fists pressed against the ground as its body pressed down. With a push of its four limbs, it shot out from tens of kilometers away, flying towards the city wall along with incomparably huge rock. A black shadow pressed down on the city. It was as if a cloud had floated across the sky. Yin Wuliang's eyes bulged as he looked at the huge rock in the sky. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly, "Shatter the rock in the sky." Quick, quick, quick! At this moment, all the guards fled in all directions. Not a single one of them listened to him, facing a rank 6 monster and a rank 7 monster at that. With its current strength, even an ordinary rank 7 monster was no match for it. Who could stop the rock that it threw down after accumulating its strength? Luo Tian looked at Yin Wuliang, whose expression was incomparably ugly on the city wall. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a grim smile like that of a death god, and said, "Now you're being arrogant for me. If you continue to be so arrogant for me, I'll endure you for an entire night. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I won't be Luo Tian." The voice grew louder and louder. In the end, Luo Tian almost roared out. He was extremely unhappy. He couldn't enter the city, and he had to face the pursuit of the monster. He was like a stray dog for the entire night. The anger in Luo Tian's heart continued to accumulate. If he didn't vent it out, he would go crazy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rock fell, and the city wall turned into ruins. At that moment, Yin Wuliang unleashed the power of the Taiyan realm and dodged the attack. However, Deng Wumu wasn't so lucky. He was smashed into a pile of meat paste, and his feces burst out all over the ground. His eyes bulged. He couldn't understand at all. Why did this happen? He thought so beautifully yesterday. But why did it turn out like this today? Luo Tian alone could fight against tens of millions of monsters? Could he fight against a gold, rank city? Was he still human? The moment the city wall tower fell, Luo Tian took the lead. He pulled out the heavenly sword, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Kill!" At the same time, he raised his cultivation to the peak and rushed forward. He couldn't let Yin Wuliang escape. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. More importantly, Yin Wuliang was a mini-boss. Chapter 3 delivered. Requesting support. Chapter 11:26. As soon as the city was breached, the 50 disciples of the House of Bai rushed forward like ferocious beasts. All of them had stomachs full of anger. At this time, they weren't 50 people anymore. They were more like 5,000 people. Their killing intent soared to the sky, coupled with the fact that the giant stone demon was running amok and constantly crushing them. The guards of Boundless City were fleeing in all directions like stray dogs. Coupled with the fact that Yin Wuliang was nowhere to be found, the guards of Boundless City were like headless flies, having no desire to continue fighting. In less than 15 minutes, they had killed their way into Boundless City. At this time, Luo Tian was like a king looking down on the world. He stood on high ground and shouted, "Yin Wuliang, you bastard, get out here. Didn't you want to kill me? Get out here now, don't hide." F***CK. He had a stomach full of anger. Ever since he escaped from Lingyun City, Luo Tian had been suppressing his anger. He had been chased all the way here and was even treated like this when he escaped to Boundless City. Fortunately, he had the level-up system. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would have died a long time ago. Rumble, rumble. The giant stone demon's long stone arms swept out, flipping the city tower over. Then he pounded his chest with both hands and roared. The guards around him couldn't take it at all. Their eardrums were bleeding. At this time, an afterimage flew out at high speed. Luo Tian looked straight at him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He smiled coldly and said, "Bastard, let's see where you can run to." His body was glowing with a golden light. Who else could it be but Yin Wuliang? Even in his dreams, he didn't expect things to turn out like this in just one day. He shouldn't have provoked Luo Tian, this jinx, but it was too late to say anything now. The only way now was to kill Luo Tian. Only by killing him could he redeem everything. He was still the Boundless City Lord, the golden overlord of this path. Only by killing Luo Tian. Thinking of this, Yin Wuliang's body suddenly floated in midair. His face darkened as he stared at Luo Tian. "If you're a man, then fight me one-on-one. If you don't dare, I think you don't dare either. How can a piece of trash like you dare to fight me one-on-one?" He wasn't confident that he could defeat the giant stone demon, but if it was a one-on-one battle with Luo Tian, he was 100% sure that he could kill him. Luo Tian looked like he was only in his 20s. He was really young and full of vigor. If he was provoked by Luo Tian's words, he would definitely accept it in anger. Once he accepted his challenge, then he, Yin Wuliang, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "As long as you dare to accept it, I'll immediately beat you until you crawl all over the ground. I want everyone in Boundless City to see that a piece of trash like you still dares to compete with me for the position of City Lord." Humph. Before Luo Tian could accept it, Bai Xiong said with a look of disdain, "One-on-one? Is your brain filled with shit? What right do you have to fight my boss one-on-one? Yin Wuliang, you're just a stray dog now. What right do you have to fight my boss one-on-one?" These words sounded very familiar. It was what he said to Luo Tian yesterday. He didn't expect that Bai Xiong would return it to him in less than a day. Yin Wuliang's face darkened. He sneered and stared at Luo Tian in disdain. What's wrong? You don't dare? I think you don't dare either. A piece of trash like you doesn't even dare to accept my challenge. You want to become the city lord of Boundless City? What a joke. Who would submit to you? He provoked him again. He didn't believe that Luo Tian wouldn't fall for it. Lin Dong said in a low voice, Boss, he's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for his trick. His cultivation is at the Tai Yen realm. You're not his match at all. Don't fall for it. Bai Lingling also said, Lin Dong is right. His cultivation is far above yours. He wants to fight you one-on-one because he wants to kill you. Once you die, the position of City Lord of Boundless City will still be his. At that time, don't fall for it. They were very worried. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was a trap. Luo Tian wasn't a fool. How could he not know? He smiled and said one-on-one. Yin Wuliang sneered and said, What? Are you afraid? Don't dare? It was also at this moment. The giant stone demon instantly went berserk. No one expected it to suddenly go crazy at this moment. It raised a huge rock and smashed it down at lightning speed. No matter how fast Yin Wuliang's reaction was, he couldn't dodge in time. His expression changed, and he cursed. Luo Tian, you despicable person! Rumble. The huge rock fell. Yin Wuliang dodged slightly, but was sent flying by the falling rock. He crashed into a house, and his body caved in. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. His face was incomparably pale. His entire body was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian took a step forward and jumped up. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he instantly jumped dozens of meters away and landed in front of Yin Wuliang. He smiled sinisterly and said, Despicable? I'm still far from being comparable to you. But since you proposed a one-on-one, I'll accept it. Sinister? Despicable? If Luo Tian accepted the challenge from the start, then his brain must have been rusty. Of course. It wasn't because Luo Tian was afraid of him. Even if it was a head-on confrontation, Luo Tian might not necessarily lose to him with his cultivation strength. But he was just unhappy in his heart. He just wanted to trick him and let him know what it meant to give him a taste of his own medicine. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian suddenly attacked and punched down. It was also at this moment. Yin Wuliang raised his eyes slightly and sneered. He said, A piece of trash like you wants to kill me? Go to hell. His body shot out like a cannonball. The power of the Taiyan realm erupted completely. The surrounding crowd was shocked. He's pretending. Yin Wuliang is really sinister. Luo Tian still fell for it. Yin Wuliang was waiting for him to agree to the one-on-one. In this case, the one who loses in the end is still Luo Tian. At that time, Wuliang City is afraid that many warriors shook their heads and sighed. Everyone knew there was an insurmountable gap between the martial void realm and the Taiyan realm. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, he couldn't be Yin Wuliang's opponent. Qin Dongfeng secretly frowned and said, This kid is still too young. To deal with this kind of person, he should have used that giant stone demon to kill him. Why bother about his face? Indeed. However, Luo Tian had his own plans for Luo Tian. Just as Yin Wuliang had said, if he couldn't kill Yin Wuliang with his own strength, then there would be many people who wouldn't accept him as the city lord of Boundless City in the future. Since he wanted to be the city lord, then he had to show some strength. Wasn't it just a one-on-one? Then let him see what it meant to kill someone of a higher realm. Their power collided. Luo Tian felt the rich power of the Taiyan realm and retreated dozens of steps. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said with a smile, The cultivation of the Taiyan realm is really strong. Thank you to Next Stop Happiness for the 1888 reward. Thank you to all the brothers for your rewards. Old Bull is very grateful. Chapter 11:27. In the past, he relied on the transformation card to deal with those in the Grand Yen realm. Luo Tian had never used his own cultivation. In the past, the difference in their levels was too great. But now, he was already at the peak of level 5 Martial Void Realm. He wanted to challenge him. They clashed. In terms of power, it was obvious that the difference wasn't just a little bit. Instead, it was huge. Luo Tian retreated dozens of steps, yet Yin Wuliang didn't retreat even a single step. A smug, cold smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Ha ha ha, I'll call you trash. You want to be the city lord of Boundless City with such strength? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Arrogant, proud, Yin Wuliang was very excited. At this time, if Luo Tian used the giant stone demon, he would be breaking his promise. It was not wise for a city lord. He believed that Luo Tian would not use the giant stone demon. As long as he did not use the giant stone demon, no one in Boundless City would be his match. As long as he killed Luo Tian, everything would be settled. Bai Xiong scolded, "Yin Wuliang, if you dare say anything bad about our boss again, I will not let you go." They were all unhappy that their boss was being scolded. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yin Wuliang, is this the power of your Grand Yen realm?" "It's not enough. The move just now was just to test his strength. It was not as strong as Luo Tian thought. He did not even use Yuan Qi to defend himself. He blocked Yin Wuliang's move with just his physical body. Yin Wuliang's face twisted, and he said disdainfully, "How dare you be so arrogant? I'll send you to the Western Paradise with one move." In an instant, Yin Wuliang's hands moved slightly. His robes fluttered without any wind. Gusts of wind rose from his feet. His entire body flashed with the light of Yuan Qi, becoming stronger bit by bit. Finally, his body was like a flame, burning with Yuan Qi. Qin Dongfeng's expression secretly changed, and he could not help reminding, "Heaven-burning palm, you must not meet his palm. Otherwise, your body will turn into ashes. This is a super strong essence energy, transformed from burning essence energy. Your current physical body simply cannot withstand it." Yin Wuliang laughed coldly and said, "Old Chen, at least you're knowledgeable enough to know that this is the burning sky palm." "That's right. This is the burning sky palm. I've already cultivated it to the 9th level, with the speed and pressure of my Grand Yen realm. Do you think trash like him can dodge it? Luo Tian, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll definitely leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes. Even your consciousness and soul will be burned away." The burning sky palm was a technique of extreme yang. At the 9th level, the burning sky palm was like a scorching sun descending. It could instantly vaporize anyone who came into contact with it. Bai Lingling's expression was extremely anxious, but she did not dare to speak. She knew very well that Luo Tian would definitely not retreat. He would definitely beat Yin Wuliang to the ground. No one could persuade him otherwise, because he was Luo Tian. The word retreat did not exist in his world. If not for them, Luo Tian would have killed everyone in Lingyun City. He would not have escaped into Boundless City at all. Now, she was very worried, but she did not dare to say it. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were the same. They clenched their fists and clenched their teeth as they looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body moved slightly. He smiled and said, "Burning sky palm, right?" Yin Wuliang smiled and said, "That's right." "Scared? You still have a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Or else, without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian roared, "Or else my ass. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you live for one more second. Of course, I'll still turn you into ashes. You're asking for it." Yin Wuliang was extremely angry. His vitality burned even brighter. He charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. Qin Dongfeng sighed inwardly. He did not dare to watch. Sigh. What a pity. He's still too young. How can a martial void realm be a match for a Grand Yen realm cultivator. What's more, the burning sky palm is a heaven-level technique. The surrounding cultivators all sighed. However, the moment Yin Wuliang rushed out, Luo Tian's body emitted an extremely strong yang energy. His heart sank as he shouted, "Nine Suns divine power, extreme yang energy. Destroy everything." He released the Nine Suns divine power. This was the first time Luo Tian released the Nine Suns divine power. Since Yin Wuliang had cultivated an extreme yang cultivation technique, then he would use the extreme yang cultivation technique to defeat him. He would make him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. He would also let the people of Wuliang City see what it meant to be absolutely crushed. Yin Wuliang laughed arrogantly and said, "In front of my burning sky palm, any cultivation technique that is as strong as yang is nothing but a decoration. You want to use this kind of cultivation technique to deal with me? What a joke. It's too funny." Luo Tian did not speak. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. There was no dodging or retreating. It was completely two palms against each other. Yin Wuliang laughed arrogantly and said, "Kid, turn into ashes. Ha ha ha. No one can escape from my burning sky palm." But before he could finish a sentence, Yi Zichen said, his palms began to burn. They burned crazily. His body was in turmoil. It was as if lava was boiling in his chest, burning crazily from the inside out. His eyes were trembling. He looked at Luo Tian's unharmed hands and said in horror, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, 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 impossible." Luo Tian was unharmed, but he spontaneously combusted. What was going on? Even Chen Dongfeng could not understand. Why was this? Everyone around could not understand. The burning sky palm was extremely domineering. No one below the Taiyan realm was its match. Not only did Luo Tian block it, but he also made Yin Wuliang spontaneously combusted. Could it be that the extreme yang energy technique he cultivated was of a higher level than Yin Wuliang's? No, it was definitely not as simple as a high-level one. Even if it was a high-level one, Luo Tian could not be Yin Wuliang's match based on the difference in cultivation. Unless Luo Tian's cultivation technique had surpassed the divine level and reached the divine level? The extreme yang energy technique of the divine level? Was there such a technique in the middle state? Even the two stewards of the Cloud Mist Academy couldn't think of any divine ability cultivation method. Luo Tian looked at Yin Wuliang's terrified eyes and smiled. "Go on, laugh, be arrogant. What's wrong now? Are you scared? Why aren't you laughing anymore?" His voice became louder and louder. In the end, Luo Tian almost roared. His arms moved violently and his palms hit Yin Wuliang's chest. He shouted, "You can't be arrogant? Then I will be arrogant. Die!" Chapter 11:28. Defeated in one move. And it was a complete defeat. It was also a cultivation technique of extreme yang. Luo Tian surpassed the gap of 5 realms and used his own strength to crush Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang turned into ashes with a look of fear in his eyes. In that instant, a notification sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Immeasurable City Lord Yin Wuliang for obtaining 230,000 experience points. Essence Chi values 30,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 380,000 profound coin. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Burning Heaven Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Sin value plus 1 inch. It was also at this moment. The moment Yin Wuliang turned into ashes, a ray of light in the air was sucked into Luo Tian's body, directly entering his mind and being absorbed by the ancient tree's sprout in his mind. The scene was just like a ray of sunlight being absorbed in Plants vs. Zombies. When he absorbed that tiny ray of light, Luo Tian could clearly feel the tiny sprout stretching out slightly. It was just a slight movement. Luo Tian felt the power of Panga's creation spread throughout his entire body. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort and shock. Although it was short, that feeling could not be described with words. Strong. Too strong. It only stretched out a little, not even half a centimeter in height, and yet it was able to erupt with such a dense power. If this F*** were to grow into a towering tree, what kind of power would it erupt with? Unimaginable. While he was in shock, Luo Tian was also puzzled. What exactly is that light? It grew a little after absorbing that ray of light. What if it absorbs a little in the future? Will it grow a little faster? At this moment, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, "That tiny ray of light just now was Yin Wuliang's soul that you just killed. His soul was absorbed, and only then did it grow a little. I am also absolutely curious. How could the ancient tree absorb other souls in your body? Furthermore, it can even promote its own growth. This is something that has never happened before." "Ha ha ha, that's because I'm handsome," Luo Tian said excitedly. He did not expect the ancient tree to be able to absorb a person's soul. Wouldn't that be another reason for him to kill? In the future, as long as it was someone who deserved to be killed, he would not let a single one of them off. Fantasy Fairy rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, "Don't be happy too early. Didn't you realize that it didn't absorb the souls of ordinary warriors? It only absorbed a little bit of Yin Wuliang's soul after killing him. This means that it only absorbs souls above the Grandian realm. Moreover, I think it won't absorb souls below the Grandian realm in the future. These souls have no power at all, so the ancient tree must be too lazy to absorb them." It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Luo Tian's head. Cold to the core. Luo Tian was a little unconvinced. "Little sister Huan Huan, that's just what you think. In my opinion, the ancient tree will absorb the souls of Grand Yen realm cultivators. Even if it doesn't absorb them, I'll still kill stronger people. Myriad Illusion realm cultivators, Holy Spirit realm cultivators, and even Emperor realm cultivators. Just you wait and see." Luo Tian had some idea about the ancient tree's mutation. In the short span of half a month, it finally grew a little. This was a pleasant surprise for Luo Tian. However, it also increased the challenge for Luo Tian. Feeling the shocking power of that half a centimeter, no matter how difficult it was, Luo Tian would cultivate the ancient tree. Yin Wuliang died. The guards of Boundless City immediately put down their weapons. At this moment, the entire city quieted down, and more people gathered around. They were all looking at Luo Tian, staring at him and the disciples of the house of Bai who were fighting a bloody battle. Suddenly, Chun Dongfeng was the first to walk out. He clapped his hands and shouted, "City Lord, City Lord, City Lord," slowly. Behind him, more and more martial artists began to shout, "City Lord, City Lord, City Lord." The voices got louder and louder, and more people shouted. Finally, it spread to the entire city. Tens of millions of people were all shouting in unison, "City Lord, City Lord, City Lord." Their voices shook the sky and were deafening. The disciples of the house of Bai laughed. Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and the others laughed. Luo Tian also laughed. They had taken down Boundless City. They finally had a place to stay. All of this was very difficult for them, who had been on the run for half a month. To the disciples of the house of Bai, the person they wanted to thank the most was Luo Tian. If it wasn't for him, they might have already died under the Deng family's pursuit. Also at this moment, everyone from the house of Bai looked at Luo Tian and shouted louder than anyone else, "City Lord, City Lord, City Lord." Luo Tian glanced at them and couldn't help but think of those people shouting his name when he became the supreme martial artist of the Tianqian continent. This feeling was very good, but the responsibility was also greater. He pressed his hands down slightly, and the entire city fell silent, quietly waiting for Luo Tian. Luo Tian said loudly. From today onwards, I, Luo Tian, am your new city lord. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered. An even louder sound pierced through. Amidst the cheers of many citizens, Luo Tian and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was extremely gorgeous. It could be said to be luxurious. The construction was 100 times more luxurious than the palace of Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yin Wuliang really knows how to enjoy life. However, Luo Tian wasn't Yin Wuliang. For a place to stay, as long as there was a bed, it was fine. In the face of such a luxurious city lord's mansion, he made a decision to turn this place into a martial arts arena and sell off everything that wasn't useful. Then there was reform the tax laws of Boundless City, reduce it by half. Then there was the compensation for all the damaged houses during the siege today and repair them. Then there was the city walls. He helped from morning to night. Luo Tian didn't even have time to eat. Right now, there were many things waiting to be done in Boundless City. He had to stabilize the hearts of the people in order to be able to sit firmly as the city lord. Only then could he give the disciples of the house of by a place to rest and recuperate. Only then could he plan the next step. The full moon hung in the sky. After Luo Tian finalized the last reform plan, he stretched lazily and looked up slightly. What entered his eyes was a peerless face, staring at him without blinking. It was Bai Lingling. Luo Tian was reviewing the plan at the dark table while she lay there, staring at him without blinking. Looking at Luo Tian's seriousness, Bai Lingling felt that she loved this man even more. She was deeply attracted by the invisible charm that Luo Tian exuded. Seeing Luo Tian raise his head, Bai Lingling's expression turned cold. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "What are you looking at so intently?" "My city lord's wife." It was a long night, and there was no one around. Why not? Let's do something that we love to do. A new month was about to begin. Old Bull knew that all the brothers had a guaranteed monthly vote. Tomorrow, Old Bull didn't ask for 200 votes, only 100 votes. Once there were 100 votes, Old Bull would write 5 chapters. That was to say, 20 votes plus 1 chapter. It had been a long time since there was an explosion. Brothers, 20 votes plus 1 chapter. Please do your best. There was still an hour to April 1st. Old Bull was definitely not stupid. Tomorrow, 20 votes plus 1 chapter. Chapter 1129. The night was long, and he was not in the mood to sleep. In this beautiful night, if he did not do anything, it would be a waste. Moreover, after a tiring day, if there was a girl to help you stretch your muscles and bones, give you a massage or something, and then do some exercises that were not suitable for children, how pleasant would that be? Luo Tian also thought so. Moreover, he looked at Bai Lingling's lovely eyes. As long as he asked, she would definitely not refuse. Immediately, Luo Tian's fingers moved slightly, holding Bai Lingling's chin. With an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, he said ambiguously, "City Lord's wife, what do you think?" Bai Lingling naturally knew what Luo Tian wanted to do. Her cheeks were a little red, and she nodded shyly. She softly said "N," which was a tacit agreement. In an instant, Luo Tian's whole body was full of energy. With a swing of his body, he crossed the table to the other side and hugged Bai Lingling into his arms. He said softly, "I haven't done it on the table before. Today, I must fight with you until dawn." Office OL? The best seduction? In his previous life, there were many such things in the action movies of the island countries. At that time, Luo Tian was just an otaku loser. It was impossible for him to have a chance to try it. Now, his heart was filled with evil, thinking of all kinds of super powerful and powerful cool movements. He could not help but become excited. A hand reached into Bai Lingling's arms and grabbed a huge little white rabbit with ease. The little white rabbit was strong and elastic, and it was abnormally firm and powerful. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed it fiercely. It was impossible to catch it completely, as if it was going to leak out from the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Bai Lingling's body became boiling hot, and she let out a low moan, N, just as Luo Tian wanted to take a step further. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. F***CK. Luo Tian was annoyed. He immediately withdrew his hand and tidied up Bai Lingling's clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold and evil smile. He said, "Don't worry, there's plenty of time tonight. Wait for me in the room." Bai Lingling was stunned. She was so engrossed in her work that she did not notice that someone had entered the hall. It was only when she saw Bai Xiong enter the hall in a hurry that her expression darkened. She turned to the side and quickly tidied her clothes. She put on a cold expression and said softly, "I've placed the food on the table for you. Remember to eat it." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the hall. Bai Xiong greeted her. "Sis, why are you leaving?" Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him. There was a hint of anger in her eyes, as if she was blaming him. Bai Xiong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. However, he would not think about it at all. He immediately forgot about Bai Lingling's angry gaze and walked to Luo Tian's side. He said, "Boss, the disciples of the house of Bai have all been arranged." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Have they been arranged according to my wishes?" Bai Xiong said, "Yes, boss." "I don't understand. The 50 brothers of the house of Bai have not rested enough in Infinite City. Why are they leaving so soon? And they have to change their names and identities. They have to sneak out of Infinite City, just like thieves." He did not understand. The brothers of the house of Bai did not understand either. However, as long as it was Luo Tian's order, they would not ask and would directly carry it out. In their hearts, Luo Tian had an incomparable position. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "You will know in the future." This was his move. The weakest of the people of the house of Bai had superior talent. Basically, all of them had superior talent. He wanted to immerse these people in the various major forces, whether it was Cloud, Mist College, Cloud Mist Haijia, or other king forces. He would not even let go of the Abyss College and some devil sects. To nurture so many disciples with superior talent, Luo Tian's current forces alone would not be enough. Superior talent required endless resources. This way, the speed of their breakthroughs would be like a rocket, so fast that it would make one's hair stand on end. Using other people's resources to nurture his own brothers. How amazing would that be? Moreover, once the time was right, then Luo Tian was very much looking forward to that scene. Then Luo Tian asked again, "Record their new names and identities for me, and don't contact us unless it's absolutely necessary. They have to solve all problems by themselves. They have to learn to grow on their own." Bai Xiong nodded and said, "Yes, I've passed down these words. Although they don't know your plan, as long as it's your order, no one will question it." Along the way, Luo Tian was like a god. If this was a good move, then in less than 10 years he might be able to secretly control the entire central continent. Even if he couldn't control the central continent, he would be close to it. At the very least, within these 10 years, Luo Tian's goal was to overturn the Hai family. "Oh, right. Boss, when I came here just now, there were 2 elders outside the city, Lord's mansion. They were stopped by 2 guards. They claimed to be the examiners of Cloud Mist College. I don't know if it's true or not. The guards said that you were resting and did not let them in." Bai Xiong said. Luo Tian was startled and said, "Go out and take a look. If they're still there, let them in. It's time for us to participate in the second round of the qualifiers. We have to enter Cloud Mist College as soon as possible." It had been almost half a year in the ancient continent. To him, time passed very quickly. However, to Li Xuer, who had been poisoned by the soul poison, a day might feel like a year. They had to enter Cloud Mist College as soon as possible, find that elder, and understand the formula of the soul poison's antidote. Bai Xiong immediately walked out quickly. 5 minutes later, The two elders walked into the main hall with smiles on their faces and bowed politely. They didn't have the air of an examiner of Cloud Mist College at all. This was completely different from Lingyun City. Ao Sheng's face was full of arrogance and that kind of superior aura. It was as if everyone else was a bunch of trash in his eyes. Luo Tian also stood up to welcome them. When he saw Qin Dongfeng, he immediately went forward and thanked him. I have to thank the two of you for today's matter. If it weren't for the two of you taking the lead, the large number of martial artists in Boundless City would have been enough to stop us. Indeed, if Chen Dongfeng hadn't taken the initiative to respond, just those martial artists in Boundless City alone would have been enough to make Luo Tian suffer. When Chen Dongfeng saw that Luo Tian didn't have the air of a city lord, his impression of Luo Tian improved. He said, "What are you talking about? I was just following the situation. Yin Wuliang is incomparably cruel. There have been many voices of opposition in Boundless City for a long time. It's just that they didn't dare to resist because of his Grand Yen realm cultivation. You merely did what they didn't dare to do. Today, even without us, you would have succeeded." Luo Tian smiled and said, "The two of you must have come to visit so late at night. You must have something to tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely cooperate." Chapter 1. Chapter 1130. If they didn't come, Luo Tian would look for them. He had to participate in the second round of Cloud Mist College's assessment. However, he wasn't sure if his name was on the list for the second round of assessment. If he escaped from Lingyun City, the examiner sent by Cloud Mist College would only go to Lingyun City to look for him. Whether he could pass the first round would depend on the Spatial Scrolls review. If the examiner was from Haijia, then he would definitely judge that he had killed too many and couldn't pass. If that was the case, this was also what Luo Tian was most worried about. As long as he didn't pass, then he wouldn't be qualified to participate in the second round of assessment. That meant that he would have to wait until next year. Luo Tian didn't have the time and couldn't wait that long. Other than that, there was another way. That was to obtain high-level blood spirit power and unlock the seal of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline in his body. This way, his talent could be fully displayed. He believed that he definitely had superior talent. He could become a special student of Cloud Mist College with his superior talent. This way, he could also enter Cloud Mist College. However, high-level blood spirit power was very rare. During the day, the giant stone demon that rebelled was instantly killed by Luo Tian. What surprised him was that it didn't drop any blood spirit power. Blood spirit power could only be obtained by beasts of rank 6 and above. Rank 6 beasts didn't necessarily have blood spirit power. Seeing Chen Dongfeng and the other person, Luo Tian directly asked, "If you have anything to say, just say it. As long as I, Luo Tian, can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Chen Dongfeng saw Luo Tian say this and immediately relaxed. He said to the old man beside him, "I told you that City Lord Luo isn't a difficult person to talk to." Subsequently, Chen Dongfeng looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "City Lord Luo, we came to Boundless City to bring those disciples who passed the first round of assessment to Cloud Mist City to participate in the second round of assessment. In this coup, all the disciples who passed the assessment died. With so many of them dying all at once, it's very difficult for us, so Yin Wuliang monopolized the quota for Cloud Mist College. Only his most trusted disciples were qualified to participate, and once they participated, they would definitely pass. This was what Boundless City's martial artists hated the most. This was equivalent to cutting off their only chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Coincidentally, all the disciples who had passed the first round of assessment had been killed during this siege. Luo Tian asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Old Qin, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Luo City Lord is not such a petty person. Moreover, this matter is also beneficial to Luo City Lord." Luo Tian also said, "Yes, if you have anything to say, just say it." Chen Dongfeng smiled and said, During today's siege, I realized that many of your House of Bai's disciples are very talented. I want to bring them into Cloud Mist College and test them. If they reach the super talent level, then it will be quite good for them, for you, and for Boundless City. Your position will also be more consolidated. Of course, Chun Dongfeng did not mention the benefits to them. If they could recruit a super talented student, they would be rewarded with 500 contribution points, which was quite generous. Moreover, both of their positions in the college would also be raised. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He had long been prepared for this matter, but he did not expect it to come so quickly and so suddenly. He pretended to be shocked and said, "You're saying that there are super talented students among my House of Bai's disciples?" He looked very surprised. If Luo Tian did not pretend, this would arouse their suspicion. Moreover, the transfer of the talents of those people from the House of Bai must not be spread out. It was an absolute secret. Otherwise, it would disrupt all of his plans. Chun Dongfeng could not be sure of their talents. After all, no one knew if their talents had not been tested. He immediately said, "That big guy is the little brother who let us in just now. His talent is not bad. If he can be tested, I believe that even if he can't become a specially recruited student, I can guarantee that he will be able to enter a good college and become an external student of Cloud Mist College." And who is the little brother called Lindong? That little girl called Bai Lingling is also not bad. He mentioned 3 people in one breath. He had paid close attention to the 3 of them, from their movement techniques, strength, and the might of the martial arts they used. He could tell that the 3 of them were definitely talented. Even if they weren't specially recruited, they would at least be high-grade talents. Even if they weren't specially recruited, they would still be able to become outer disciples of Cloud Mist Academy. Although their contribution points weren't high, they were still worth 50 points per person. Luo Tian still pretended to be surprised and said, "Their talents are actually super talented." Chun Dongfeng immediately corrected him and said, "I said it's possible. It's possible. That's why I hope that City Lord Luo will agree to let us bring him to Cloud Mist College for testing." Oh, Luo Tian was deep in thought. Chun Dongfeng looked at Luo Tian, who was deep in thought, and began to feel anxious. After all, if Luo Tian didn't let him go, they couldn't snatch him either. However, when they returned this time, not only would their contribution points be deducted, they would also be punished. Looking at Luo Tian's frown, Chun Dongfeng said, "City Lord Luo, even if they don't pass, I will give each of them 2 elemental spirit stones. 2 elemental spirit stones will definitely allow them to break through again." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that they will embarrass you guys. As for the elemental spirit stones or not, you guys can do as you see fit. However, I have to ask for their opinion first. If they don't have any objections, I won't have any objections." Of course, he had to take the benefits. Moreover, this was to fight for his brother. If it was for himself, it would be fine. The value of the elemental spirit stones was not cheap, especially for Bai Xiong and the others who had just transferred their talent. They needed this kind of powerful cultivation resource even more. Chun Dongfeng immediately smiled and said, "Then it's a deal." The old man beside him also smiled and said, "I believe they won't refuse. In the central region, our Cloud Mist College is the best college. No warrior who pursues the peak will refuse. Indeed, any warrior would dream of entering Cloud Mist College. This was the dream in their hearts. Cloud Mist College was also a warrior's dream palace, a place where one could reach the heavens in a single step, as long as they were nurtured by a mentor coupled with all kinds of powerful cultivation resources. Even if their aptitude was mediocre, they would have a huge improvement. Moreover, Bai Lingling and the others' talents had already changed. Once they entered Cloud Mist College, they would soar to the heavens. Luo Tian looked at their happy expressions and thought of himself. He couldn't help but point at himself to hint at Chun Dongfeng and Luo Tian. Qin Dongfeng didn't understand. He looked at his old friend beside him. He was also at a loss. He didn't know what Luo Tian's gesture meant. Luo Tian looked a little embarrassed and asked, "What about me? Didn't you guys think of letting me go too?" Qin Dongfeng and Luo Tian were stunned. Chapter 2. 20 monthly votes, plus 1 chapter. Currently, he had 115 monthly votes. With another 5 votes, he would be able to update 6 chapters today. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? Old Neo will go and cook first. There will be a big wave of updates tonight. I'm looking forward to your monthly votes. Chapter 1131. Qin Dongfeng was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't think about it, but he didn't dare to invite him. Luo Tian's power was too terrifying. Just the fact that a level 5 martial void realm could kill Yin Wuliang, who was in the Taiyan realm, was enough to prove it. Not everyone could kill someone above their level. Moreover, it was a leap of 5 levels. How powerful was he? In his heart, Luo Tian was a terrifying existence. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Luo Tian's Dantian. The moment Luo Tian released his hidden power, he couldn't help but observe Luo Tian's body. When he found that Luo Tian's Dantian was shattered, his heart sank and he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! Because of this, he didn't dare to invite him. Luo Tian looked at Qin Dongfeng and saw his shocked expression. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. My Dantian is shattered. My talent is not good. I shouldn't be able to become a specially recruited student. Qin Dongfeng was stunned again. He didn't expect Luo Tian to say it himself. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Seriously, City Lord Luo, regardless of your talent or Dantian, you are strong enough. I don't know how you killed a level 5 martial void realm cultivator, but from what I know, no one can do it. Even the Crown Prince of Haijia couldn't do it. You are the first." These were words of comfort. Of course, they were also his heartfelt words. Luo Tian smiled and said, "So what? I still can't become a specially recruited student." Qin Dongfeng instantly fell silent. More than once, he wanted to bring Luo Tian to Misty Cloud City. He wanted to tell the elders of Misty Cloud Academy that Luo Tian had heaven-defying abilities to kill those above his level. But who would believe him? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. So he hesitated, looking at Luo Tian's desolate expression. Qin Dongfeng gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord Luo, do you trust me?" The old man beside him was slightly shocked. He frowned slightly and gently tugged at Qin Dongfeng's clothes, indicating that he should not act rashly. Luo Tian said, "Of course I believe in you too." Qin Dongfeng said, "All right, it's enough for you to believe in us. I'll bring you to Cloud Mist College. I'll risk my life to advise you. I'll definitely do my best to recommend you. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll do my best." In his heart, when he thought of what he had just said, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. I've really gone crazy. His Dantian was shattered, and he could not absorb heaven and earth yuan qi. Low-grade talent with no potential at all. Not to mention Cloud Mist College. Even the lowest grade college would not want such a martial artist. He even said that he wanted to bring Luo Tian to Cloud Mist College. If he wasn't crazy, then what was? At that time, he would probably be laughed at by everyone. He might become the funniest joke in Cloud Mist City or even the entire Middle State. But so what? Qin Dongfeng's heart sank. He thought to himself, so what if I'm laughed at? If I can make Cloud Mist College stronger, so what if I'm laughed at? Once I succeed and receive proper training, Luo Tian's potential will definitely be stronger. He firmly believed in this. Luo Tian was also slightly shocked by what he said. He was just saying it because he was very clear about his situation. He originally wanted to reveal that he passed the first round of assessment, but after what he said, Luo Tian didn't say it. If he said that he was a disciple who passed the assessment in Lingyun City, it would attract unnecessary trouble. Haijia. Once his name appeared on the list for the second round of assessment, Haijia would definitely send another assassin. It was very likely that he would be assassinated before he even reached Cloud Mist City. An expert of the illusions realm had an absolute advantage over Luo Tian. If he could avoid it, he would try his best to avoid it. Right now, any transformation card that Luo Tian had to be used at the most critical moment. Immediately, Luo Tian said happily, "Really? You can really bring me to Cloud Mist College?" Without waiting for Chen Dongfeng to speak, the old man beside him smiled apologetically and said, "City Lord Luo, wait a moment." After that, he pulled Chen Dongfeng to the side and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Didn't we agree on the way here? His dantian is shattered. His talent is destined to be at the bottom. If you bring him to the assessment, won't the people in the college laugh at us? We're already so old. Why would we be laughed at by them?" Chen Dongfeng said, "Old Su, it's because we're already so old. There's not much we can do for the college. Others don't know, but don't you know? You saw the power that City Lord Luo unleashed with your own eyes. How can you bear to let such a person with unlimited potential leave?" Old Su's brows sank. He said, "We know, but do the people in the college know? Even if we say that we've broken the sky, I'm afraid no one will believe us, right? We can't let him kill a Tai Yin expert on the spot, right? Old Chen, we're old. If we make any mistakes and become a joke to those people in the college who don't like us, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay in the college anymore." Everyone had their own worries. Old Su wanted stability. He knew about Luo Tian's potential, but others did not. He was worried that the two of them would lose their current positions because of Luo Tian. They might even be sent home by the college. To them, this was something that absolutely could not happen. Chen Dongfeng was also a person who wanted stability. Therefore, even if Yin Wuliang's words were disdainful and insulting, he endured it. This was also because Yin Wuliang's teacher had a higher position in Cloud Mist College than them. If they provoked him, he could easily kick them out. But now, he didn't know why he was so hot-headed, even if he didn't want Luo Tian to be buried in this boundless city. Immediately, Chen Dongfeng said, "Old Su, I'll take responsibility for his matter alone. You lead those 3 little brothers to take the test. He'll let me do it. If you want to mock me, just mock me. I'm alone anyway. You're different. You have a family. If something happens, your Silver Faction family will definitely be affected." Old Su was stunned. He knew that he couldn't persuade Chen Dongfeng. He smiled and said, "Old Chen, who do you think I am? Since you've decided, then we'll take responsibility for this matter together." Immediately, he took the lead and walked in front of Luo Tian. He said, "We've decided. You'll follow us to Cloud Mist College. Gold will shine wherever it goes. I don't believe that no one can recognize it." Chen Dongfeng laughed and said, "City Lord Luo, we'll definitely let you shine. We'll let you shock the entire central region." Luo Tian also laughed. He heard every word they said. When they made their decision, Luo Tian smiled faintly in his heart. He secretly said, "You guys will tremble because of this decision in the future." Chapter 3. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, more than 50 disciples of the House of Bai left in groups, silently. No one knew about their departure. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Everyone had different identities and missions. They only had one goal, which was to fight for the rise of the House of Bai and for Luo Tian's extraordinary power. In Boundless City, Luo Tian left behind 5 disciples. Among these 5 people, there were talents in management, cultivation, business, and all sorts of other aspects. They had to improve Boundless City's economy. For now, Boundless City was their base, their headquarters, and also their most solid backing. They had to do well. Boundless City, East Gate. Luo Tian, Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, Lindong, and 2 examiners from Cloud Mist College were there. Luo Tian had specifically told them not to tell them that they had passed the first round of assessment. It was mainly to keep it a secret so that this trip to Cloud Mist City would be safer. This was because Haijia had unimaginable power in the Middle State. Their claws and teeth were all over the continent. Luo Tian had to be on guard. The four of them stood at the city gate and looked at the people sending them off. Many of them were shop owners in Boundless City and the original guards. They looked at Luo Tian with reluctance. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Tian and the others were still being oppressed by Luo Tian, it was Luo Tian who gave them hope in life. In these short 3 days, Luo Tian had become the most popular person in Boundless City. Luo Tian waved at them and said, "We will be back soon." "Boss, have a safe trip." "City Lord, you must come back." "City Lord, we will definitely protect Boundless City well." Bai Xiong smiled and said in a low voice, "Boss is really popular. Look at so many people sending them off. And many of them are the beautiful daughters of those shop owners. Look at their eyes. It's as if they can't wait to marry Boss." Lin Dong smiled and said, "It's because he's the boss." Hearing Bai Xiong's words, Bai Lingling looked around and saw that there were indeed many beautiful women around the age of 18 or 19. She immediately walked to Luo Tian's side, stretched out 2 fingers, and directly pinched Luo Tian's arm. She clenched her teeth and said with a smile, "Which family's girl do you like? Do you want me to introduce them to you?" Luo Tian was in so much pain that he couldn't even cry out. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "My city lord's wife, how would I dare?" "Humph, I don't think you would dare," Bai Lingling said fiercely. Loosening his grip, Luo Tian rubbed his arms. "Hiss, you're too cruel. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Bai Lingling said with a smile. "If I don't do it, how can you remember me?" Seeing that it was about time, Qin Dongfeng couldn't help but say, "City Lord Luo, it's about time. It's time to go." Luo Tian said yes. Then he mounted his horse, pointed to the front, and shouted, "Let's go to Misty City." Lingyun City, Deng family. The current Deng family had already become a Gold Force family. Moreover, today he had sent off a very important person. Misty City's Platinum Force Lu family, Lu Zhangjin, the 8th elder of the Lu family. The Deng family had also successfully become a subsidiary force of the Lu family. After sending Lu Zhangjin off, Deng Leigong's heart relaxed. He smiled leisurely and said, "Luo Tian, my Deng family is now a subsidiary force of the Lu family. Even if you become a student of the Cloud Mist College, you won't dare to touch me. Moreover, the second round of the examination is about to begin. I don't believe that you won't participate. As long as you dare to leave Immeasurable City, then you won't be far from death. You killed my son. I will definitely not let you off." When the 2 of them found out about what had happened in Immeasurable City, Deng Leigong was furious. When he thought about how his son had been killed by Luo Tian, the hatred in his heart became incomparably strong. Without any consideration, he directly accepted the Lu family. Of course, other than the Lu family, he also accepted the 4 Seas Devil Sect. Under the protection of the 2 great forces, he became even more carefree. He did not believe that Luo Tian could touch him. He wanted the Deng family to remain in Lingyun City for 10,000 years. Deng Leigong did not give the news to the Lu family, nor did he ask the Lu family for help. However, he did ask the Lu family to pay attention to Luo Tian. If they met one day, it would be best if they could kill him. The Lu family naturally agreed. The person he gave the news to was Haijia. He knew very well that Haijia hated Luo Tian to the bone. Hyasaurus hated Luo Tian even more after being humiliated by him. Moreover, Haijia would definitely not fail again. He had failed in the spatial barrier during the test, and he had failed in the pursuit in Immeasurable Mountain Range. The current leader of the Haijia would definitely not allow a 3rd failure. This time, even if Luo Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape death. Misty City, Haijia. Hyasaurus just happened to come out of seclusion. In less than half a month, he had broken through to the Grand Yen realm. It had to be said that his cultivation speed was faster than ordinary people. His extraordinary talent was not for show. When he came out of seclusion, he happened to meet the messenger sent by the Deng family. He also happened to be stopped by him. Hyasaurus opened the letter and looked at it. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. His eyes were fierce, revealing a cold, murderous intent. He secretly clenched his fists and said to himself, "Luo Tian, this time I will definitely not lose. This time, I will definitely make you kneel in front of me." Then, he entered the sea god's pavilion. This was the place where the Haijia issued missions. The Haijia disciples on the sea god list were also gathered here. Hyasaurus was not issuing a mission. He was looking for someone. Cloud missed college. In a gravity room, Yi Yunming's back was drenched in sweat. Her clothes were drenched, revealing her exquisite curves. She had a perfect and incomparably hot figure. However, on this figure, there was a face with slow dark spots. Black dragon, scorpion, king poison. But she did not cover her face. She crazily cultivated in the gravity room, seeking a breakthrough. But huff, huff, huff. When she reached the limit of her body, she suddenly sat down and gasped for air. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The endurance of my body is getting worse and worse. My cultivation is getting worse and worse. In this short half a month, her cultivation had already regressed to the 8th level of the martial void realm. Moreover, vitality was still constantly dispersing from her body. If she did not detoxify it, even if she had the potential of an extraordinary talent, she would not be able to stop her cultivation from regressing. In the end, she would become a warrior of the lowest level. No, I can't rest. The more you want to see me depressed, the more I have to persevere. Immediately, Yi Yunming did not know how many times she stood up. She crazily cultivated in the 4 times gravity room, constantly breaking through the limits of her body. Her vitality was dispersing, and she was unable to sense the heaven and earth origin chi. She could only continue to cultivate her body, allowing her body to automatically absorb the heaven and earth origin chi. But this process was extremely difficult. But every time she wanted to retreat, Luo Tian's figure would appear in her mind. She became stronger and could not help but secretly say in her heart, "Luo Tian, will you really come to Misty Cloud City?" Chapter 4. Currently, there were 154 monthly votes. Just 6 more votes to update the 8th chapter. Old Bull was still writing. There would be an update at night. Brothers, can the monthly votes be more powerful? Let's fight. Chapter 1133. 6 people, 6 horses, walking on the official road to Misty City. Along the way, under the deliberate guidance of Luo Tian, Qin Dongfeng explained to them the distribution of forces in Misty City, the powerful families, the royal nobles, and the top king forces in the central state, especially when it came to Haijia. Qin Dongfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "Haijia is the most powerful king force in the central state. Among the king forces, Haijia is the absolute overlord. No family can compete with them. In the past, the Cloud Mist Academy and the Devil Sex Abyss Academy could still suppress them. However, after the birth of the Hai family's crown prince, even the 2 great academies that stood proudly at the peak of the central region couldn't help but be overshadowed by the Hai family. Bai Xiong was somewhat disdainful and couldn't help but ask, "Is Haijia that strong? Moreover, you said that the Hai family's crown prince is able to make the Hai family surpass the 2 great academies by himself? I don't believe it. It was indeed very normal for a person to improve a family, but if the family you want to improve is a king force, then it's different. This is not something that can be done by one person." The appearance of the crown prince not only made Haijia the most powerful king force in the central state, but even Cloud, Mist College, and Abyss College, the 2 king forces in the central state that have stood proudly for tens of thousands of years, can't compare to them. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Qin Dongfeng said, "Indeed. It is indeed very difficult for a single person to lead a huge family. But for the crown prince of the Hai family, he only used a short period of 1 year to make the Hai family rise rapidly. The overall strength of the Hai family has surpassed the Cloud Mist and Abyss academies." Bai Xiong asked, "How did he do it?" Qin Dongfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know. If I knew, I would also want Cloud Mist College to become the strongest king force. However, he did do it. Some people say that he is the son of God. Some say that he is the reincarnation of a strong man in a higher plane, and there are even rumors that he is the son of heaven. The first two are baseless guesses, although the latter is hard to believe. But, speaking of which," Qin Dongfeng's eyes tightened as he carefully spoke. When he was climbing the Heaven's Choice Mountain, he reached an unprecedented height. No one has ever surpassed that height. From that day on, there were rumors that he was the son of heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach that height. Even the myriad technique ancestor, the invincible heavenly king, couldn't do it. If he wasn't chosen by the heavens, who could have reached that height? The heavens' chosen mountain was known as a place where the higher one was, the closer one was to the heavens. The crown prince of Haijia was only 1 step away from standing at the very top, a place where he could reach out and touch the sky. Someone said, he deliberately did not take this step. This was to show respect to the heavens. Luo Tian was no stranger to the heavens' chosen mountain. Ever since he met Fantasy Fairy, he had often heard this term. But to Bai Xiong and the others, the heavens' chosen mountain was very unfamiliar. They simply couldn't understand how powerful the heavens' chosen mountain was. Bai Xiong said with some disdain, "Isn't it just climbing a mountain? Is it that godly? I'm an expert at climbing mountains. What heaven's choice mountain? Earth's choice mountain, it's all a piece of cake. When the time comes, I'll climb to the very top." Bai Lingling glared at him and said, "If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. The heaven's choice mountain is the holy land of the ancient continent. Let alone climbing the mountain. Without guidance, we wouldn't even be able to find the location." Bai Xiong scratched his head and said with a silly smile, Is it that godly?" Qin Dongfeng also smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as you enter the Cloud Mist College, you will have the opportunity to climb the Heaven's Choice Mountain. Maybe you really can climb to the top." Bai Xiong immediately laughed and said, "I told you, I'll definitely climb to the top." Bai Lingling was speechless. Luo Tian didn't say anything. He must go to the Heaven's Choice Mountain. But as Bai Lingling said, without the correct guidance, they wouldn't even be able to find the place. He couldn't help but ask, "Elder Qin, what qualifications do I need to go to the Heaven's Choice Mountain?" Qin Dongfeng said, "It's very simple. Become the strongest student in the college." Subsequently, he continued, "The Hai family's crown prince only used half a year's time to defeat all the students in the academy. He climbed up Heaven's chosen mountain and became a Heaven's chosen one. He also became the continent's youngest sorcerer. He was only 20 years old at that time, a heaven-defying cultivation base." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian's heart shook. Bai Xiong was even more speechless. He didn't know anything else, but he was very clear about the students in the Cloud Mist College. Just based on the fact that he couldn't even pass the first round of the selection for several years in a row, it was enough to show how strong the students in the Cloud Mist College were. Many of them were specially recruited students with superior talents. To defeat all the students in the college at the age of 20, this kind of strength really made people tremble. Luo Tian's heart shook. He secretly clenched his fists and secretly said, "The strongest student, right? Half a year. When the time comes, I'll break this record." Luo Tian smiled slightly. His shock wasn't because of the strength of the Haijia Crown Prince, but because of excitement. The stronger the target, the more excited he was. Whether it was in the game of his previous life or in this world, Luo Tian was a warmonger. No matter how strong the target was, he always wanted to surpass them. Only with a target would he have the motivation to work hard in that direction. Qin Dongfeng continued. Every year there is only one spot for the Cloud Mist College. The ancient world has 5 continents, and each continent has 2 spots. The other spot for the central continent is in the hands of the Abyss College. Wanting to obtain this spot is like fighting among hundreds of millions of people. It's not an ordinary level of difficulty. Moreover, even if you obtain this spot and go to the Heaven's Chosen Mountain, you may fail because not everyone can climb the Heaven's Chosen Mountain. It's not because your cultivation is strong that you can climb higher or further. It's like the heavens are testing you. If the heavens are not happy, even if you are an Emperor Realm Master, it's useless. You will be pushed out of the Heaven's Chosen Mountain in an instant, and you will never be able to climb it a second time. Luo Tian remembered all of this. This would definitely be useful to him in the future. He had to go to the Heaven's Chosen Mountain. Only by becoming a shaman could he refine the antidote for the soul poison, the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison, and help the fantasy fairy rebuild her body. He carried the destiny of 3 women on his shoulders, so he couldn't fail. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Dongfeng pointed at the forest in front of them and said, "We'll be spending the night there. We'll be there in 2 days' time." Su Lao couldn't help but complain. The academy is really too much. They didn't even build a teleportation array in Boundless City. It takes 3 days to travel. What a waste of time. Qin Dongfeng smiled and looked at Luo Tian's group of 4. In the future, when they become students of the academy will definitely build a teleportation array in Boundless City. Chapter 5. Chapter 1134. Night fell. The woods were silent. They lit a campfire and ate some dry food. Everyone gathered around the fire and chatted for a while. Not long after, they returned to their tents to sleep. Because they were next to the official road, there was no need to worry about encountering bandits. Even if they encountered them with the identity of Cloud Mist College, they would not dare to move. Therefore, Qin Dongfeng did not let anyone be on guard. A few minutes later, thunderous snoring sounds came from Baixiong's tent. Luo Tian was lying on the ground, but he wasn't sleepy. Thinking back to what Qin Dongfeng had said during the day, he couldn't help but ask Fantasy Fairy, "Sister Fantasy, is the Heaven's Choice Mountain really that powerful?" Fantasy Fairy said, "The Heaven's Chosen Mountain is known as a holy land in the ancient continent. It is also the place closest to heaven. Any mountain climber, as long as it is willing to let you take the first step, you can obtain the power of the Heaven's Chosen Mountain. This is one of the 3 strongest forces in the ancient world. How can it not be powerful? Let me give you an example. The heaven in the hearts of the martial artists in the central continent is Cloud Mist College. However, for all the king forces and major academies on the 5 continents, the heaven in their hearts is the Heaven's Chosen Mountain. Obtaining the power of the Heaven's Chosen Mountain is a symbol of strength. The hijack crown prince that the old man mentioned during the day is indeed very powerful. At the age of 20, he was able to climb the Heaven's Chosen Mountain to an unprecedented height. I think the rumors are true. He should be the son of heaven, the one chosen by heaven. Once chosen, sooner or later, he will be able to enter a high-level plane and be ranked in the divine class." And Fantasy Fairy paused for a moment, then continued, "The High family was able to rapidly rise within a year. I suspect that it was precisely the year after the High family's crown prince climbed up the Heaven's Choice Mountain. Moreover, I suspect that he entered a higher plane. There must be a powerhouse in the higher plane helping him. If those powerhouses in the higher plane wanted a family to rise in the ancient continent, it would be as simple as moving their fingers." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth hooked up. He smiled excitedly and said, "They are really powerful to the point of making people fearful. They have actually entered a higher level plane, and even got the help of a higher level plane's powerhouse. It seems it will be very difficult to get rid of the High family within 10 years. Fantasy Fairy also said, "Do you think it is so easy to overthrow the king's forces? Not to mention the Haijia, it is even more difficult. I advise you to find a way to reconcile with the Haijia. Reconciliation? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian faintly smiled and said, I haven't finished speaking. Although it would be very difficult to get rid of the Hai family, the Hai family has been trying to kill me time and time again. No matter how difficult it is, I, Luo Tian, will definitely get rid of them. This is because they have provoked my Luo Tian. It was impossible to reconcile. The tragic deaths of the vengeful spirits in the immeasurable mountain range, the pursuit of Wu Sha, the humiliation of the Hyosaurus, and so on were destined to be impossible to reconcile. Even if Hai Tong Tian knelt in front of him to reconcile, Luo Tian would not agree. At the very least, he had to sing Conquer. At this moment, a soft sound came from the forest. The sound was so soft that it could be ignored. However, Luo Tian quivered, instantly sat up and released his idea. Buzz! 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 He didn't sense anything in his mind, but he did sense a buzzing sound. Luo Tian had never encountered such a thing before. However, his intuition told him that danger was approaching. Immediately, he concealed his aura and took out a mirror at the same time. He used the mirror to summon a doppelganger. The doppelganger lay in the tent while his real body quietly left the tent. He hid in a treetop and quietly observed everything. Half a minute passed. There was no sound at all, nor was there any unfamiliar aura approaching. Just as Luo Tian was about to jump down from the treetop, a black shadow flashed in the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of a tent. Next, the other two black shadows also approached. The one in the lead was none other than Hyosaurus. Luo Tian's brows furrowed as he stared at Hyosaurus and thought to himself, There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it and barge into hell without a door. Today, I want to see who can save you. Back then, he had treated Yi Yunmeng that way in Lingyun City. If not for the appearance of an expert, Luo Tian would definitely not have let Hyosaurus off. Yi Yunming's disfigurement was because of him. The reason Haijia was chasing after him was also because of him. Hyosaurus lowered his voice and said, First, I'll find that dog Luo Tian. After I find him, I'll humiliate him properly. He was also extremely unhappy in his heart. In Haijia, his status had been affected, and he was defeated by a trash with a shattered dantian. This was a humiliation to him, and he was punished by his father. Now that he had broken through to the Tai-Yen realm and obtained the power of the Tai-Yen realm, he would have enough strength to kill Luo Tian. In his heart, Luo Tian was at most at the essence condensation realm. In just a month, no matter how fast he leveled up, it was impossible for him to break through to the martial void realm. He had absolute confidence in defeating Luo Tian. This time he had snuck out and brought 2 disciples of the sea god list with him. It could be said that he was foolproof. Young master, what about the others? Don't worry about it for now. First, find that dog Luo Tian. If I don't kill him, I won't be happy. I went into seclusion for half a month just to kill him. Hyosaurus said coldly, He dares to touch the woman my brother likes. He's courting death. The tent was opened. It was very light, and other than Luo Tian, everyone was sleeping soundly. Who dared to touch the examiners of Cloud Mist College? Wasn't that courting death? It was because of this that the soft sound made when they opened the tent did not wake them up. They were still sleeping, especially by Xiong's snoring. It was too scary. Suddenly, a man in black opened the tent where Luo Tian was and looked at the sleeping Luo Tian. His face lit up, and he said, Young master, here! Hyosaurus was extremely excited. He immediately shouted, Good! Because he was too excited, he forgot that there were people around. Lin Dong was the first to wake up. He rushed out of the tent and shouted, Who is it? Chun Dongfeng, Su Lao by Lingling, and finally by Xiong. He rubbed his eyes and scratched his head as if he had not woken up yet. He said, Who is it in the middle of the night? Suddenly, A man in black walked out of Luo Tian's tent with Luo Tian in his hand. Bai Xiong immediately woke up and shouted angrily, "Let go of my boss!" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out like a heavy tank. Luo Tian's face darkened. He said in his heart, "Oh no, this fatty can't stay calm at all. It will be dangerous if he rushes out." The 6th chapter has been delivered. 180 monthly votes. According to the agreement, 9 chapters will be updated. 6 chapters have been updated today, and there are 3 more chapters to go. I'll continue to update tomorrow. With 20 monthly votes, I'll continue to update tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll update at least 6 chapters. Brothers, I'm begging for more monthly votes to push Undefeated even higher. Chapter 1135. Oh no. Bai Xiong had already rushed forward. If he didn't make a move now, Bai Xiong would definitely be seriously injured. Hyosaurus sneered, "You're courting death." "Kill him." As soon as his voice fell, in a flash, another man in black rose from the ground and moved to block Bai Xiong's path. With a move of his right palm, he grabbed Bai Xiong's collar and lifted him into the air. His powerful strength instantly suppressed Bai Xiong. Just as he was about to smash Bai Xiong to the ground, a voice rang out, "If you dare to touch him, your master's head will be moved." No one knew when. No one noticed that Hyosaurus was the same. He didn't expect that a person would suddenly appear behind him, and this person's voice was so familiar. Wasn't this the Luo Tian he wanted to kill day and night? There was a cold sword on Hyosaurus's neck. The sword carried a threatening aura of death, which made people shudder. Hyosaurus's heart trembled slightly. His fists under his sleeves suddenly clenched. He was extremely unwilling in his heart and said suspiciously, "Luo Tian." The voice was very familiar. The aura was also very familiar. But he couldn't believe that the person who had a sword on his neck was Luo Tian. Because of Luo Tian's cultivation, he had only broken through 1 realm in a short month, but he was still in the spiritual martial realm in Wushan City. Later, when he came to Lingyun City, he was in the initial stage of the essence condensation realm. But now, could it be that he had skipped a realm and broken through? Absolutely impossible. Luo Tian took 2 steps forward from the darkness and said with a sinister smile, "Hyosaurus, we meet again." It was really Luo Tian. The unwillingness in Hyosaurus's heart grew stronger. "How is it possible? Your cultivation." Luo Tian chuckled. "What's wrong with my cultivation?" "My cultivation is all thanks to you, Hyjia. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly." "Hyosaurus, cut the crap. Get your men to put my brother down." Luo Tian's original plan was to launch a sneak attack. He directly killed the strongest black-clothed man and then dealt with the other 2. However, Bai Xiong did not know his plan and thought that he had been caught. The other black-clothed man was slightly shocked. He looked at the person in his hand. It was exactly the same as the person next to the young master. However, the person he was holding seemed to have no soul. He frowned and tore apart Luo Tian's clone. He coldly snorted and said, "Boy, I advise you to be tactful and let go of our young master. Otherwise—" While speaking, his gaze tightened and his body leaned forward a little. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, which was a very dangerous distance. With a sudden burst of strength, he arrived in the blink of an eye, insta-kill. There was no way to block it. However, Luo Tian did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He smiled at the black-clothed man who spoke. "You want to launch a sneak attack? You can try and see if you're faster or if my sword is faster. Moreover, can you guarantee that you can kill me in 1 move? I can guarantee that I can cut off his head with 1 sword. If you don't believe me, you can try." Hyosaurus knew Luo Tian's character and immediately said, "Don't act recklessly." When he was in Lingyun City, Luo Tian scared the shit out of him. That kind of fear struck his heart, and the various cultivation techniques that Luo Tian cultivated were all inexplicable. Even the Hyjia disciples on the sea god list could not bypass him and kill Luo Tian. Besides, he was the one who was being held up by the sword, not anyone else. Then, Hyosaurus slightly said, "Do as he says, hurry up!" He shouted in a deep voice. He thought to himself, "Luo Tian, as long as you dare to take your sword away, I will instantly turn you into a dead dog." He had cultivated bitterly for half a month just to take revenge. Even if Luo Tian had become stronger, Hyosaurus, who was in the Taiyan realm, still had absolute confidence in himself. The black-clothed man swung his hand and threw Bai Xiong to the side. Bam! The fall was not light. Bai Xiong's back was in pain as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Tian stopped him. "You want to leave after being thrown to the ground? Are you still considered a member of the House of Bai? Go up and slap him twice. Damn it! I told you to let him go, not to hurt him. Since you're unhappy, then I'll make you even more unhappy." Bai Xiong was startled, and without saying a word, he immediately walked forward, activated his essence, and poured it into his palm, directly slapping down, and shouted, "Damn it! I told you to touch me, try and throw me again." The black-clothed man wanted to resist, but Luo Tian's heavenly sword moved slightly and directly cut Hyosaurus's neck, leaving a bloody mark. Hyosaurus immediately said, "Who told you to throw me? Just let him go when I told you to. Why do you have so many tricks?" Slap. A loud slap. It directly made the black-clothed man's mouth bleed. However, the slap was not over. Bai Xiong followed up with a second slap, ruthlessly slapping down, and shouted, "Who told you to throw me? This slap feels good, right?" Hyosaurus's expression became very ugly and said, "Luo Tian, you've let him go, and you've also hit my men. Now you should let me go, right?" Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong and the others and said, "Leave this place first, as far as possible. Let Hyosaurus go." He was afraid that he would not let Luo Tian and the others go. This time, it was obvious that he wanted Luo Tian's life. Bai Xiong's expression changed slightly and said, "Boss." Lin Dong also did not want to leave and said, "Boss, if anything happens, let's face it together." Bai Lingling's eyes were shining with tears, and she kept looking at Luo Tian, unable to say a word. Chun Dongfeng and the others' expressions were also very ugly. They did not know what grudges Luo Tian and Hyosaurus had, but provoking Hyjia and Hyjia's second young master was undoubtedly causing trouble that could not be solved. Chin Dongfeng said slightly, "Master Hai, if there's anything, let's sit down and talk slowly without waiting for him to finish." Hyosaurus shouted angrily and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me? Get out of my way." At this moment, he was also angry. Unusually angry, he looked at Luo Tian from the corner of his eye and shouted heavily, "Luo Tian, you'd better obediently let me go, or I'll kill all of you here." Luo Tian smiled slightly, and the heavenly sword in his hand moved again. He said with a smile, "Come on, let's see if you die first or I die first." "Ah!" Hyosaurus roared crazily. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian shouted heavily, "I want you to go quickly, didn't you hear me?" At last, Lin Dong pulled Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling and said, "Elder Chen, Elder Su, let's go, let's leave first." He believed in Luo Tian. This was an intuition. After they left, Luo Tian did not have any scruples. Luo Tian shouted again, "Get out of here!" Bai Lingling left with tears in her eyes, and the five of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. The man in black said anxiously, "Young master, do you want to?" Hyosaurus roared heavily. "Want your sister? Can't you see that I still have a sword on my neck? Do you want me to die, Luo Tian? Now that they're gone, I promise I won't kill you, as long as you take the sword away." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Do you still remember what I said to you back then?" Chapter 1, adding to yesterday's Chapter 7. Chapter 1136. Leave. He had never thought of that. Hyosaurus had to die. Hyosaurus raised his eyes slightly. He could not remember what Luo Tian had said. He could not help but ask, words? What words? Luo Tian smiled and said, I said that the next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyosaurus's voice was trembling. The fear he felt in Lingyun City surged in his heart again. He said, No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, all your friends will die, including Yi Yunmeng. Right. As long as you are willing to let me go, I promise you that Haijia will not send anyone to kill you. Also, I will immediately ask for the antidote to the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison to restore Yi Yunming's appearance. Luo Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I will agree to all your conditions. He was afraid. He was completely afraid. He thought that he would no longer be afraid of Luo Tian after breaking through to the Taiyan realm. He did not expect that. This time, the fear hidden in the depths of his heart became even stronger. When he heard Luo Tian's voice, his body could not help but tremble. Luo Tian had directly become his inner demon. He was scared to death. Seeing that Luo Tian did not speak, Hyosaurus said anxiously, If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. Both of their cultivations are in the Taiyan realm. You can't deal with them. As long as you let me go, you can name any conditions. The two black-clothed men also split into two directions, approaching Luo Tian from the left and right. Luo Tian was not afraid at all. He did not speak. He was waiting for time, waiting for Baixiong and the others to escape to a distance where the black-clothed men could not catch up. Luo Tian smiled and said, Can you really agree to any condition? Hyosaurus quickly said, I will agree to any condition. If you say it, there is nothing that Haijia can't do. I can give you anything you want. Luo Tian said with a playful smile, Is it okay if I want you to eat your own shit? Hyosaurus gritted his teeth. He wanted to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Luo Tian, don't push me too far. The two black-clothed men took another step closer. Luo Tian was still calm and said arrogantly, So what if I'm going too far? Hasn't your high family always been overbearing and arrogant? In an instant, lightning flashed. With a sudden movement, the two of them used the same kind of cultivation method, directly sealing off Luo Tian's escape route. Under these two moves, even if a martial artist was one level higher than them, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. However, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. His body suddenly pressed against Hyosaurus's ear, and he said, sinisterly, Die! Hyosaurus's eyes suddenly popped out as he exclaimed, No! The long sword moved! Luo Tian did not retreat. He didn't care about the attacks of the two black-clothed men. At this time, Baixiong and the others had already run to a safe distance, so he didn't have any scruples. His long sword swept out and fiercely swung. Primordial chi poured in. God explosion! The heavenly sword burst forth with a ferocious aura, directly chopping off Hyosaurus's head. Voila! Blood spurted out. His head rolled on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, anger, and unwillingness. He looked at the pitch-black night and did not close his eyes. It was also at this moment. The attacks of the two black-clothed men landed at the same time. Kid, hand over your life. Die. Seeing Hyosaurus being killed, their killing intent soared to the sky, and their moves became even more fierce. There was no room for negotiation. If they couldn't kill Luo Tian, then they wouldn't be able to answer to Haijia. They had no way out. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind twisted, and without the slightest hesitation, he shouted, God's chosen one, come out! Buzz! An explosive sound came from within his body. Then, the God's chosen one that exploded from the Soul Splitter King's body was released by Luo Tian. One of the three strongest powers of the ancient continent, it was extremely precious. Facing two assassins of the Taiyan realm, Luo Tian was not the slightest bit stingy. If he did not release the God's chosen one, then he would die. Moreover, without the God's chosen one, he could still explode again. He could still climb the God's chosen mountain to obtain the God's chosen one. The most important point was, Luo Tian had his own plans for using the God's chosen one. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An incomparably powerful force, one that almost made Luo Tian go berserk, burst out from his body. He was unable to control the circulation and trajectory of the power, and from the moment he used it, the God's chosen one was completely out of his control, because it was too powerful, so powerful that he couldn't even control it. The moment the God's chosen one shot out, the eyes of the two black-clothed assassins darkened. They were filled with fear, confusion, and a fear that was even stronger than Hyosaurus's eyes. How could this be? God's chosen one. Sorcerer, sorcerer. Kacha, kacha! A series of bone-cracking sounds came from their bodies, and then all the blood vessels in their bodies burst. Their bodies suddenly shrank, as if they were being sucked in by a powerful suction force, crazily shrinking. The HP above their heads also crazily decreased. Less than half a second later. Ding! Ding! The system sounded out 2 prompts. Instant kill. There was no resistance. There was no way to resist. Luo Tian's heart sank. He could clearly feel the power of the God's chosen one that he released, and his heart became excited. So strong, really too strong, this power. Too crazy, too overbearing. I must obtain this power. Then, Luo Tian did not stop and quickly left. The release of God's chosen one's power can attract the attention of experts within thousands of kilometers. After all, not everyone has this kind of power. There are only a few sorcerers, and this kind of power can't be used casually. Once it is used, something big will happen. If he doesn't leave now, there will be a lot of experts gathered here in half an hour. There will definitely be experts from Haijia here, and when that time comes, he won't be able to leave even if he wants to. The reason why Luo Tian used God's chosen one's power to kill the 2 black-clothed assassins was to hide it from others. No one knew that he had God's chosen one's power. Even the people around him didn't know. The 2 black-clothed assassins were killed by God's chosen one's power, so Haijia wouldn't be able to infer that it was him. This way, he would be safe for the time being. More importantly, Bai Xiong and the others would be safer, as long as they enter Cloud Mist College. He believed that Haijia wouldn't dare to blatantly touch them. As for himself, Luo Tian didn't think much about it. If you dare to come, I will dare to kill you. Luo Tian quickly left and walked in the direction of another mountain path that led to Cloud Mist City. Chapter 2, to add to yesterday's 160th vote. Today, there are only 10 votes left to be able to update. Brothers, let Old Bull see your monthly votes. There will be a large wave of updates at night. Chapter 1137. Half an hour later. In the woods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few sounds of air being cut suddenly sounded and then suddenly stopped. Subsequently, beside the corpses stood a few old men. Each of them was a top-notch expert on the continent. Their bodies faintly emitted an unshakable aura. Their gazes were slightly focused, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Brother Tianjian, what do you think? The Chosen One's power actually appeared here. Although it's not strong, the power and aura of this Chosen One's power is somewhat similar to that of the Devil Sect's powerhouse. However, he hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Rumor has it that he has ascended to the Tao and went to a higher plane. Could it be? Humph, what are you talking about? How dare you doubt my abyss ancestor? Do you think he will come out and kill such a nameless junior? You are humiliating him. There were sect powerhouses and devil sect powerhouses who came out. They also came out to search. They also wanted to find out who was using the Chosen One's power. Was there a new Chosen One on the continent? Hai Tongtian walked out of the darkness, trembling with every step, seeing his son's head separated from his body. The anger released from his body was like 1,000 years of ice, extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and slowly bent down, holding his son's head. Then his gaze swept across the crowd and said heavily, "I don't care who it is. Once I find the beast that killed my son, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." Everyone was stunned. Many powerhouses had an invisible smile on their faces. Haija, very powerful, the strongest king force, but so what? No one dared to touch him. Even the son of the current family was killed. This showed that he was not afraid of Haija. Behind Hai Tong Tian followed 2 old men in black robes. The 2 old men's faces could not be seen clearly. It was as if their faces were covered with a layer of fog. One of the old men raised his eyes slightly and stared at the powerhouse who had just smiled. It was just a look. That powerhouse suddenly knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling and his face extremely pale. The old man said slightly, "You'd better remember the words of the Haija Lord. Otherwise, maybe one day your head will be moved." His voice was very calm. However, within the calmness there was arrogance, tyranny, and a kind of power that could not be defied. It was as if they were the heavens, the rulers, the gods above all. There was only one kind of people who had this kind of aura. Chosen One, sorcerer. The faces of the surrounding experts darkened. None of them dared to speak again. They didn't even dare to have any disdainful thoughts. Hai Tong Tian picked up his son's corpse and walked into the darkness. He muttered to himself, "Yulong, Father will bring you home. Father will bring you home. Father will definitely avenge you, definitely. Even if I have to turn the central province upside down, I will find the murderer. I will use 1,000 times crueler methods to make him die a miserable death." The white-haired man was sending off the black-haired man. He only had 2 sons, and now one of them was dead. How could he not be angry? In the darkness, an old man asked, "Patriarch, should we have the crown prince come out of seclusion?" His understanding of the god's chosen power is deeper than ours, not to mention that he also has that kind of power. He definitely knows who killed the second young master. "Notify. My little brother is dead." As the big brother, he naturally has to know. But I don't want to distract him. He is now at the critical moment of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He can't be distracted by Yulong's death. This will disrupt his plans. He is the one chosen by the heavens. He can't let the heavens down. Hai Tong Tian said. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Don't tell him about Yulong's death. Wait until he comes out of seclusion." His youngest son was dead, but there was still his eldest son. He knew his eldest son's temper best. The Haija crown prince's favorite person wasn't his father, but his younger brother. Once this matter was known by him, it would definitely cause a ruckus. Hai Tong Tian didn't want him to come out of seclusion at the critical moment and become an Emperor Realm Master. At that time, neither Cloud Mist College nor Abyss College would be his opponent. He, the Haija Crown Prince, would control the entire central province. The old man bowed slightly and said, "Understood." Cloud Mist College in a secret room. The dean and a few other elders remained silent. They were all thinking about the same thing. Who killed the Hyosaurus? Who was using the god's chosen power? A demon sect master? A sect master? Or an enemy of the Haija Crown Prince? With the Hai family's current strength and status, no one would dare to rashly touch the Hai family, not to mention killing the son of the current patriarch of the Hai family, who is also the younger brother of the Hai family's crown prince. No one would dare to do it, or the forces of other continents. Had a master already infiltrated the central province? They couldn't guess. They had no clue. After a long time, the dean slowly said, "With Hyosaurus killed, there will definitely be some turmoil in the Haija Crown Prince. There will also be a series of actions. Hai Tong Tian may speed up the pace of unifying the central province. If that's the case," he didn't continue, "because in Misty Cloud City, the first to bear the brunt was Cloud Mist College. Over the years, Cloud Mist College's talent had withered, and there was a shortage of young people. Some of the super talented disciples were recruited and nurtured, but before they could fully mature, they were poached by the hijack crown prince. Otherwise, they would die inexplicably. Even a fool would know what was going on. In the face of this, Cloud Mist College couldn't do anything. The conditions they could offer were far inferior to the hijack crown prince. Moreover, the hijack crown prince was too powerful. If you didn't agree, you would die. Most of the talented warriors wouldn't refuse. Now that the hijack crown prince was growing stronger, the pressure Cloud Mist College faced was unimaginable. An elder continued, "This might be the fuse. Of all the times, something happened now. Sigh, I don't know who did it. They actually used the Chosen One's power to deal with 2 Tai Yen realm warriors. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? It's completely unnecessary." Did you notice? The 2 assassins on the sea god list died because of the Chosen One's power, but Hyosaurus didn't. He should have died first. Otherwise, his body would be the same as the 2 assassins. So what? The person who can release the Chosen One's power can use whatever method to kill people. Now is not the time to talk about this. Do you still want to help the hijack crown prince catch the murderer? If we can really catch him, I think we should let him join our Cloud Mist College. That way, we can have more sorcerers to hold back the hijack crown prince. Stop dreaming. Let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing now is how to deal with the hijack crown prince's next move. After a series of discussions, the dean finally stood up and said, "The royal family, the E family, the D family, these forces don't want the hijack crown prince to be too powerful. Hyosaurus was killed, and they are also worried about the hijack crown prince's next move. I think we can only ally with them now." Chapter 3 delivered. Chapter 1138. Hyosaurus's death became the fuse. The entire Misty Cloud City, and even the entire Middle State, became turbulent. On the surface, it was calm, but in the dark, it was turbulent. This point, Luo Tian never thought of it. However, he had achieved his goal. No one suspected him of Hyosaurus's death, except for one person, Yi Yunmeng. Misty Cloud City, E family, in a small, dilapidated courtyard on the north side. Yi Yunmeng pushed a wheelchair and looked at the stars in the sky. Suddenly, she smiled. A 15 or 16-year-old boy sat in the wheelchair. He looked up and saw his sister smile. He grinned and said, "Sister, do you trust him that much? How can he be Hyosaurus's opponent? Even if he can win, he can't have the power of God's chosen one. Otherwise, he would have used it in Lingyun City." He was Yi Yunming's brother, Yi Qiancheng. Yi Yunming was poisoned and offended the Haijia. Her status in the Yi family plummeted. In the past, she lived in a flourishing and unique little courtyard. Now, even this simple and crude little courtyard seemed like it was given to her by the family out of charity. If it wasn't because the family was worried that the Hai family's young master still liked her, she would have been kicked out of the house long ago. To Yi Yunming, if it wasn't for her brother, she would have left this place that filled her with hatred. Yi Yunming smiled. "It must be him. I can't be wrong." Yi Qianqing pursed his lips. "I don't believe it. I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death." In less than a month, he rose from the spirit martial realm to the void martial realm. Even if he has great talent, he can't do it. Even the Sea Emperor Dragon can't do it. Indeed, who would believe it? Unless he was crazy. Yi Yunmeng was such a crazy person. She didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the person who killed Hyosaurus must be Luo Tian. As soon as Hyosaurus died, she felt sweet in her heart because there was a man who stood up for her. This was something that had never happened before. The sweetness in her heart made her feel a little overwhelmed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. This made Yi Qianqing even more curious about Luo Tian. He couldn't help but say, "I want to see what kind of person this future brother-in-law is." Back to Luo Tian. No one knew how long he had been running for. He only wanted to leave the scene of the incident as soon as possible. He could not let anyone find out. And he had done it. No one in Hygia suspected him because Hyosaurus sneaked out. No one knew what he was doing, so no one suspected Luo Tian. As soon as Hyosaurus died, there was a turmoil in Hygia. This turmoil had a strong chemical reaction, and this reaction was the fuse. Luo Tian didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What did all this have to do with him? The more chaotic, the better. Something happened in Hygia. This was good news for Luo Tian because Hygia temporarily forgot about him. No one chased after him. Bai Xiong and the others would be safe for a while. This gave Luo Tian enough time to recuperate. Huff, huff, huff. No one knew how long it had been. Luo Tian didn't stop until the sky was bright. He supported his thighs with his hands and gasped for breath. He looked around and said angrily, "Damn, where is this?" He was lost. Because he ran too fast and too anxiously, he wanted to run as far as possible. He didn't expect to get lost. Luo Tian couldn't find anyone even if he wanted to find someone to inquire about it. So he didn't care too much about it. He sat down and said, "Let's take a rest first. I'm going to die of exhaustion if I keep running. I wonder how Bai Xiong and the others are. I hope they can reach Yunlan City safely." He fell into a deep sleep. Until dawn, Luo Tian climbed up a higher mountain and looked into the distance. He found a small village at the foot of the mountain. He couldn't help but be happy. He thought, "There's finally a family." Immediately, Luo Tian hurried towards the village. He had to hurry to Cloud Mist College and meet up with Bai Xiong and the others. Otherwise, he might miss the second round of assessment. Luo Tian didn't have the time to wait for another year. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian walked to a small hill. At this moment, the sun was rising from the east. A young man was sitting cross-legged, facing the red sun. He was meditating, as if he was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, his movements were a bit strange, different from the other warriors. Luo Tian didn't disturb him. In any case, his understanding of cultivation was to kill monsters and kill people. As for how to sense heaven and earth and use the dantian to absorb essence, he didn't know a thing. He glanced at the youth and quickly walked down the hill. Before Luo Tian could enter the village, he heard the sound of iron striking from afar. Ding, clang, ding, clang. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry to ask for directions. Instead, he found a simple tea shed and said, "Boss, give me a basket of buns." He had to fill his stomach first. Soon the buns were on the table. Luo Tian ate and casually asked, "Boss, where's this place?" The boss was busy adding firewood to the stove and said, "Holy Spirit Village." Holy Spirit Village? What a resounding name. Luo Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Such a small village actually had such a powerful name. How could it not be shocking? Just that he stuffed a bun into his mouth and suddenly thought of something. He was originally very hungry, but he didn't swallow the bun into his stomach. Instead, he took it out and frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, "The name of this village is so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." After thinking for half a minute, he still couldn't think of where he had seen it before. Luo Tian didn't continue to think about it. Anyway, he was too lazy to waste his brain cells on things that he couldn't think of. He might as well eat 2 more buns with the time. After eating the bun, he threw down a profound coin. Luo Tian locked the direction and headed southeast, which was the only way out of the village. Thinking that he was lost, he took a lot of detours. He had to go there as soon as possible so that he could meet up with Bai Xiong and the others. Just as he was passing through the village, he walked to the blacksmith's house. At this time, the big man was drunk and a little drunk. Luo Tian couldn't help but think, how can he forge when he's so drunk early in the morning? It was also at this time. The young man who was meditating on the hillside just now walked into the house and glanced at the big man. His eyes were full of respect and love. The big man said drunkenly, "Tang-san, you're back." Luo Tian was about to leave, but when he heard the name Tang-san, His body seemed to be struck by lightning. He looked at the young man motionlessly and couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me your name?" The young man glanced at Luo Tian and said, "My name is Tang San." Another awesome novel protagonist has appeared. Brothers, aren't you going to cast a monthly vote to celebrate? I'm only one vote away from the chrysanthemum of the person in front.